Yiwu said, seeing Shishi, all the weariness in my heart suddenly disappeared. It's completely healed. Is this her enhancement ability? That's really amazing. While he was engrossed in admiring the beauty, his sister's voice startled him. Brother, I need to discuss something with you. Yiwu asked, what is it? Yunfei said, brother, let's go together to see the Xueli performance with Shishi. I've secured tickets. Yiwu had anticipated that Fei Fei would make such a request, so he happily replied, although I'm not really interested in this kind of thing. Who told you that you're my precious little sister? Seeing her brother quickly agree, Fei Fei couldn't hide her joy and hugged Yiwu tightly. Yeah, thank you, brother. Yiwu glanced over at Shishi but hesitated, but Shishi just arrived, I should ask if she wants to come. Though he really wanted her to join, he awkwardly turned away, pretending to change the subject. Is Nana going? Fei Fei quickly responded, I've already asked Nana. She's not going. What a pity. Nana waved her hand, shaking her head. It's okay, sister. There are still many things to do at home. I don't mind not going. Nana continued, Master and the ladies can go and relax. It's not just a place for singing, dancing, or dull and chaotic rap, is it? What is there to see? The entertainment of a low-level civilization is truly pointless. The three of them arrived at the central square of Area 8. Yiwu appeared with two beautiful women by his side, attracting everyone's attention. Look over there, gorgeous women. And there are two of them. Shishi shyly leaned against Yiwu, there are so many people. He turned to ask his sister, isn't the regular performance usually held in the evening? Why is it starting in the afternoon? Fei Fei lightly tapped his hand, playfully scolding, you are so boring. Look over there, what is that? A few lecherous guys whispered among themselves, who is this guy that makes me so envious? Yiwu followed the direction Fei Fei pointed and suddenly realized, that's the entrance to the dungeon. Fei Fei kept praising, that's right, but this is artificial, a product of Angel's Realm Group. They are disrupting the entertainment market. This exclusive dungeon can serve thousands of people. They have moved the performance inside the dungeon, such a smart move. Who has created this virtual experience, escaping reality, providing an ultimate sensation in vision, hearing, and touch for everyone? Yiwu said, this advertisement is a bit too much, isn't it similar to the secret auction of the Victoria's Secret Auction? The only difference is that this place can hold tens of thousands of people, and the technique is comparable. But it's too crowded here. We came early, otherwise if we came a bit later, we would have to line up until it gets dark. While Yiwu was thinking, he suddenly saw a familiar figure approaching. It was Miss Siyu. Siyu smiled and greeted, Yiwu, didn't you say you weren't interested in these things? How come you're here to join the fun? Yiwu nodded in response, awkwardly looking at his sister and said, well, isn't it because my sister dragged me here? Fei Fei quickly bowed and said, hello, Miss Siyu. Siyu replied, hello, Yunfei. But Yiwu, you are being too honest. Why are you standing in line here? You are the captain of the team under Han Mo Group, you can definitely go through the VIP entrance. Hearing this, Yiwu smiled with delight, thinking to himself, there's such a good thing? Miss Siyu quickly said, follow me, I'll take you through the VIP entrance. I also happen to want to talk a bit with the people from Angel's Realm. Yiwu happily agreed, following Siyu along with Fei Fei and Shishi. Fei Fei said, finally, they don't have to stand in line anymore. Fei Fei continued, VIP is the best. Shishi looked at Yunfei and excitedly said something that Shishi did not understand. What is VIP? Yiwu, following the two while attentively observing the surroundings, said, I'm here because I'm worried about unexpected incidents. After all, this is a large-scale gathering event. However, Angel's Realm is a big company, so they must have experience dealing with conflicts. I hope I'm just overthinking. Suddenly, they received a notification from the system, teleportation talisman to the dungeon is in progress. All three were captivated by the mesmerizing door. Fei Fei joyfully exclaimed, wow, so beautiful. I'm a little dazzled here. Shishi was equally amazed. Oh, is this the dream tour passage leading to that legendary performance? So enchanting. Yiwu stepped closer, taking Shishi's hand. It's okay, Shishi, the first time is like that. You'll get used to it later. Unexpectedly, Shishi pointed and said, what is that black hole in the middle? So cool. I think I understand why this performance is so popular. Seeing her brother wide-eyed with amazement, Shishi chuckled, this is just the beginning, brother. The real highlights are still ahead. Ha ha. Shishi said, I'm ecstatic, ecstatic. As Yiwu was lost in a pleasant feeling, he suddenly received a notification on the big screen, welcome everyone and fans to the charity show Shweli. He continued, I am the host and also the moderator of today's event. You can call me Dede. Next, I will introduce to everyone a few highlights and mechanisms of today's performance. This event not only continues the previous no-distance activities but also adds a point accumulation voting mechanism. Since this is a live broadcast for the whole area, all audience members outside the studio will vote based on everyone's performance. Dede continued, all income from votes and advertisements will be used for the reconstruction of Area 9. The person with the highest accumulated points will receive a secret reward from the government and have the opportunity to enjoy a very romantic evening with Shweli. Therefore, in order for the family to be rebuilt and for a romantic evening with Shweli, everyone please perform actively together. The crowd was very excited, cheering and chattering loudly, wow. We can have dinner with Shweli? I will definitely be the king of kudos, you move aside, G is mine. G, I love you. Amidst the crowd going wild for their idol, Yiwu suddenly thought, hey, the enthusiasm of the fans exceeds my imagination. What is this dinner with the king of kudos? So embarrassing. Never mind, I'll just sit and listen to the music. The fans continued to cheer, can everyone hear that? It seems like there are many wealthy merchants and nobles bidding high for the chance to have dinner with Shweli. That's right, Shweli has turned down such commercial activities before, so tonight is extremely precious. I wonder how high their bids will go. Yiwu listened intently to their chatter, feeling somewhat intrigued. Bidding high seems quite a bargain, but do I have to show my face? It feels a bit. The crowd was excited, which made Dede even more exhilarated. Finally, the MC reassured everyone, you don't need to worry too much about personal information. When the main performance starts, everyone will receive a data box. Your true appearance and personal information will be kept confidential. Upon hearing this, Yiwu sighed in relief, so that's how it is, but it's a bit of a pity that everyone won't get to see how handsome I am. He joked and continued to chat with everyone. The MC shouted loudly, the performance is about to begin. Let's count down together. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, the crowd began to cheer, whoa. We're about to be sucked into a black hole. This is so thrilling. Yunfei and Shishi were also caught up in it. Yiwu quickly reached out, intending to grab the hands of the two. Yunfei. She. Hold my hand. Oh no, I can't catch them. Our positions have been completely reversed. If we bring the data box in there, can I smoothly find them? But maybe it's not that serious, right? I'm just overthinking it. The stage was dazzling, the bright lights forcing the audience to shield their eyes. The melody began to play, and Shweli's voice rose high, soulful, making the chaotic crowd suddenly quiet, attentively listening. Where is the spring day, following the swallows back to the wasteland, hoping for flowers to bloom? I pick a flower, stopping the whispers of life about the future. The loves of yesterday turn into fragments of memories of your love. Ahead, I welcome the sunlight and smiles, gently saying sorry to the past. The melodies rose higher and higher, the audience swayed and cheered enthusiastically, making the atmosphere of the performance even more vibrant. On stage, the image of the beautiful and captivating Shweli was so mesmerizing that Yiwu couldn't take his eyes off her, secretly thinking, this influence truly exceeds my imagination. No wonder she is so beloved. Yiwu thought, even I am about to become a fan. Calm down. Let's return to Earth together. The music ends with a stunning flight performance by Shweli. The screen starts to display the number of votes, the rankings are out, but my position is truly eye-watering. Someone said, squinting, looking, and checking their ranking. Did they said, the exciting performance has begun. Everyone, help Shweli overcome all the obstacles. After Dida's command, a crowd soared up to break through the falling meteors. Yu seemed to have understood the scoring rules, immediately rushing forward to smash the meteors, surprising everyone. Damn, is something burning and zooming by. Moreover, it's moving so fast. Is it a fire meteor? So strange. Yu smirked, sorry folks, I have to start scoring now. If it's a virtual world, let's just play on. Loud explosions echoed, as everyone dove into the endless space. The players appeared exhausted, standing in shock. Damn it, what is this? Can this guy even slice through planets? Can he do that too? In just a moment, Yu had climbed to first place on the leaderboard. So cool. Shweli was also very excited about Yu's performance. She sent him a kiss in the wind and said, "This is a reward for the brave warrior." After receiving the support from the goddess, the system immediately announced, all of Yu's attributes increase by 20%, the speed of point accumulation increases by 30%, but only lasts for 5 minutes. Yu felt, this kiss in the wind is like an invaluable gift, especially in this dungeon, where it can help him elevate his own rank. As he heard Shweli sing, this planet was once so beautiful, but now it is filled with scars. I look towards the shooting star, gently pray, creating an achievement for this place. Suddenly, a flying object approached. He realized, it is an artificial satellite, a crystallization of science, something that humans in the old world used to explore the universe. Now, it only appears in books. Since this world became desolate, humanity has only been able to curl up in a shell, living merely to survive. The dream of exploring the universe has now become a distant reality. Suddenly, Yu felt a strong force pulling him back to the original position, pulled down by gravity. The engine suddenly burst to life, sending him up to the atmosphere. This is the dream of countless men in science fiction novels. Yu felt, the heat from the skin of his abdomen, caused by friction with the air, even this effect could be generated, so cool. Shweli hummed the song, the light from the twinkling stars travels through thousands of light years to arrive here. Alone, in solitude, she still gazes up at the high sky. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed nearby, but Shweli continued to sing passionately in the large cage, simply waiting for the fate of her past life and her brother in this life. Suddenly, a large demon beast appeared, known as Different Akeo, level 90, hurry up. This is the final stage boss, a chance to earn points. Someone shouted, urging everyone, if we defeat this boss, we can save Shweli. The leaderboard continuously changed. In second place was the character Deadshot. Haha, I've finally ranked second. Deadshot laughed loudly, sniping is my strength, when I take down that boss, Shweli will be mine. In his joy, he suddenly realized Yu was in first place and facing danger. He's that first-ranked guy, that bastard is going to die. If he dies, I'll move up to first place, haha. The system quickly issued a warning signal to Yu. Warning, warning. Please return to the cockpit quickly, or you will be eliminated and lose your ranking eligibility. Yu said, it's okay, the boss's attack performance is too low like this. I want to fight in my own way, after all, it's just killing someone once more. Yu quickly killed the boss in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone was astonished to see the boss being taken down. The boss has been defeated. No, all my accumulated points are gone. Yu stood nearby, gently supporting Shweli and whispering in her ear, thank you for your amazing singing. I believe that when everyone hears your music, they will feel more uplifted. She looked at him in confusion and asked, who are you? The system announced, first place Yu, accumulated points are 8,547,863. Everyone was astonished, he defeated the boss with just one hit? That's unbelievable. That's a level 90 world boss. Could it be that he has surpassed level 90? Ah. Shweli, I want a hug too. Yiwu smiled and replied, I'm just a passerby, but after today, chances are I'll be swept up by your fans. But I have a question. Do you really exist or are you just a projection? Shueli smiled, you're very perceptive, but now is not the time to answer that question. The show isn't over yet. See you later, strong brother. Be sure to catch my final performance. After receiving Shueli's air kiss, Yiwu became confused. What was that final performance? Immediately after, he received a notification, activated the effect of catching the goddess's eye, gaining 500,000 accumulated points. The people around him began to curse, damn it. Again. Is this guy hacking? Shueli's singing rang out, the calamity that brings endless devastation carries an endless sense of sorrow. Everyone grieves and falls away. But as long as there is love and hope. The audience continued to shout loudly, Shueli. Sing on. Shueli raised her voice, the sunlight will pierce through the night, the sunflowers will bloom. The final live show, let's come together. The audience shouted in unison, great. Among them was Yiwu, who was still perplexed, why was I teleportation talisman add to the stage? What is this supposed to mean? Shueli replied, this is the final performance. A voice from the system echoed, welcome to the final solo challenge segment. The player with the highest accumulated points will perform here alongside Shueli. The player's performance will directly affect the reconstruction of Zone 9 in the dungeon. The higher the rank, the faster the reconstruction speed. If the ruined area is successfully reconstructed before the end of the performance, a great reward will be granted. At the same time, all players present in the audience watching the livestream will rate your performance with likes or dislikes. After hearing the reminder, Yiwu scolded, why didn't anyone say anything about such an important mechanism earlier? The audience grew increasingly angry, and someone shouted, everyone, look at this guy, he's no different from a piece of wood. Damn it, isn't this supposed to be comedy? It couldn't be any more of an insult if he's just a foolish idiot. What does he know about music? Another person chimed in, get down. Don't stand there blocking our view of Shueli. Someone else said, if you have any sense, you should get down now, let me go up in your place. However, if you want to stay, go ahead. Just wait until your dislikes pile up and your accumulated points get deducted, I'll be number one. Ha ha. Shueli looked at Yiwu and gently reassured him, don't pay too much attention to what they say. In a bit, just follow my movements slowly, and I will coordinate and guide you. Yiwu replied, thank you for your good intentions. Those trash comments don't affect me at all. Don't worry. Even if it weren't for the prize, just for my sister, I will not allow this perfect performance to be ruined on my watch. Shueli ran her fingers through her hair and asked, is that so? Your sister has a good brother. I'm very curious, what are you planning to do? Yiwu held a weapon and a musical instrument of the performer and smiled, saying, like this. Suddenly, he thought of a song, even though I don't understand music, Yunfei's song has been playing in my ear from dawn to dusk. It's so familiar that I can sing it when I open my mouth. So, let's get the party started. The audience was astonished by this scene. The rhythm of this song is the first hit, the biggest hit of the year. This is also Shueli's debut and her most classic song. But this energetic remix version has never been heard before. It's a completely new style, so addictive. After hearing this, Shueli was equally excited. She thought to herself, what a surprise. From the beginning until now, he has given me so many surprises. Great. Let's create a storm together at the school. In an instant, Shueli transformed her appearance and performed alongside Yiwu. The audience cheered enthusiastically, Shueli, I love you. You are truly beautiful, you are the sparkling light, the everlasting belief of my life. Another person shouted, the rhythm of this dude is just too good. I can feel the passion boiling all over my body. I want to know the true identity of this guy. It's amazing. How can there be music in this world that stirs the soul like this? The likes surged dramatically, and some people listen to the point of being moved. Why is it that this song, which I have heard countless times in different versions of, brings tears to my eyes this time? The rendition of the song strikes deep into my soul, really, it's just wonderful. The ninth area was quickly refurbished. Outside, everyone was amazed. I can't believe it, just within the duration of a song so many likes were accumulated. So hot, so outstanding. They really pulled it off. Before the performance ended, the area was already renovated. That kid is truly incredible. The feel on stage is no different than that of a big star. As the performance concluded, the cheers continued to ring out. Shweli! Shweli! Brother, thank you both for bringing us such an extraordinary performance. The solo machine announced, today's performance has ended successfully. The profits from this event will be used to rebuild safety area number 9. Thank you for everyone's participation and support. Now we will begin the countdown for a 1-minute teleportation talisman. Until next time, we won't meet again. Shweli smiled and praised, Yiwu, this really was an outstanding performance, superstar. Yiwu humbly replied, what superstar? Compared to you, I'm nothing but an ordinary person. Yiwu responded, I hope my performance doesn't ruin this spectacular show. Shweli listened and asked, what do you mean by a normal person? Tell me, should I believe you? Yiwu replied, well, it's up to you. Shweli continued, didn't you ask me before? Is it real now? I can answer now. I am not truly outside the dungeon but have digitized my consciousness through special means, transforming into who I am now within the dungeon. Yiwu was stunned, so that's how it is? No wonder it's Angel's realm, being able to achieve this is really impressive. Suddenly, everyone outside shouted, why has the time gone negative? Is there an error? We haven't even started the teleportation talisman management. Get out and handle it. The machine exploded, causing the scene to become chaotic. The system exploded. What to do now? What exactly happened? The manager's applause rang out along with his words, what a wonderful performance. Having seen such an extraordinary show, I believe you all can die without regrets, right? Dice further inquired, dear audience, are you all prepared to die? Everyone was surprised to hear, what? Who are you? Are you trapping us in the dungeon? He walked in without introducing himself and said, I am Dice. My name is indeed the phonetic reading of the word death in English. This color is truly marvelous, isn't it? Keeping everyone here is simply to ask a small favor. I hope that everyone can offer their insignificant lives, making a little contribution to the ancient gods of our Ancient Lord's Advent Society. Yiwu shuddered, what is the Ancient Lord's Advent Society? Until now, although I had never thought there would be a threat, I absolutely did not expect that the Ancient Lord's Advent Society would come to cause trouble. His rank is very high, but is he enough on his own? Before he could react, a bullet had pierced straight into Dice's abdomen, accompanied by jeering, what are you thinking? Although your rank is 105, we have 10,000 people. Even excluding those who cannot fight, the remaining number is more than enough to crush you. Someone said, that's right, and my rank is not low. Someone shouted, die, just die, you filthy cultist. Bring your god here, I will personally send you to meet your god. Someone asked, speak quickly. How can we get out? If not, take his life. Another person responded, what's the point of wasting words on him? Killing him, and we can naturally go out? Shweli shook her head, no, it's not that simple. Relying on him alone can't control the whole dungeon. There must still be accomplices outside the dungeon controlling everything. Yiwu asked again, so, even if we kill him, we still can't get out? Shweli nodded, that's right. Despite being beaten, Dice still laughed maniacally, huh? Everyone was astonished, is this guy crazy? About to die but still laughing joyfully, damn it? Dice replied, am I crazy? Well, I don't know. However, one thing is certain, this world has long gone mad. About levels? Equipment? This game world, are these normal? Have you ever thought about it? No. You haven't, you're just a bunch of weak sheep, lambs. You've long been tamed by this mad world. This mad world should have ended. The era of chaos must be buried. Suddenly, another dice appeared from the sky, causing everyone to panic. Damn it, why did another one suddenly appear? Dice shouted loudly, for the resurrection of the old world, send your most sincere blessings. Ha ha. In the midst of chaos, everyone panicked and ran in all directions. Someone shouted, help! Help! Is there anyone coming to save us? Manager Schwelly next to him also fearfully said, this isn't good. We should hide too. If we get caught up in that blood, we will also turn into monsters like that. Yiwu immediately refused, wait, I can't run away. I have to find someone to go with me first. The system announced, activating the eye of positioning, observation range expands to cover the dungeon. He thought, due to the mechanism of the dungeon, the positions of me, Yunfei, and Shishi are randomly dispersed. I must quickly find them now. Schwelly yelled, what are you still dawdling for at a time like this? Suddenly, a monster charged at them, attacking them violently. Schwelly screamed in pain, gore, gore, gore. It hurts. It's killing me. Schwelly, I can finally have you. Schwelly fearfully yelled, ah. Yiwu coldly said, do you want to die? I'll grant your wish, rest in peace. Schwelly watched Yiwu annihilate the monster with admiration. Oh my, he's so strong. And he's so handsome. But his handsomeness is not like that of male idols who only rely on their faces around them. She continued, it's the kind of handsomeness that emanates from strong inner strength. Ah. What time is it, and I'm still thinking about these things? What's wrong with me? Yiwu turned to ask, I have a question. If your projection, or let's say your consciousness, dies in the dungeon, what will happen to your real body in the real world? Schwelly replied, that would be equivalent to suffering a severe head injury. If unlucky, you could die immediately. Even if you're lucky, you might end up in a vegetative state. After hearing this, Yiwu said, then you should stick with me, I will protect you. If anything happens, it would be a great loss for this world. Moreover, my sister would be heartbroken. Schwelly agreed, thinking to herself, men are so manly. Yiwu surprised her once again, shouting, you actually have a dragon mount. This is a mount that so many wealthy people want to buy but can't. Yiwu replied, that's not important. Hold on tight to me, I need to make sure I find my sister and my companions in time. Schwelly complied. The people below were still terrified, running around, run away. What do you want to do? There are quite a few nobles from the upper tiers here. Do you think you can safely retreat? Dice laughed and replied, poor, rich, noble? In my place, all lives are equal. Dice continued, indeed, life is filled with vitality, making it the best sacrifice to offer to your ancient gods, all of you. He created a giant monster. Everyone screamed in panic, demon beast. Ah, I don't want to die. Help! Please spare me. I have a lot of money. I'll give you anything you want, just please. Dice didn't care, still laughing, run away. Run away. The more terrified and desperate you are, the tastier your souls will be, that's the flavor the ancient gods cherish the most. Ha ha. Seeing Yiwu and Schwelly fighting hard, he said, oh, it seems there are still people who don't want to accept reality. Interesting. Let me teach you a lesson until you accept your fate. Dice picked up the phone and called, hello? Can you hear me? The voice on the other end asked, how is the situation over there? Dice replied, everything is going smoothly on my end. How about you outside? In fact, it was a dungeon performance, controlling all of them. The crowd shouted, don't move around. Otherwise, you'll end up like the person on the ground. Li Fengzi controlled one side, laughing, encountered a bit of minor resistance, but I've handled it all. No need to worry. On the other end of the line, Dice asked, how's the preparation for the alchemy formation going? Li Fengzi replied, true to the angel's realm, the development of dungeon technology surpasses my expectations. As long as we can endure this firewall, everything will become more interesting. At that point, in front of me, it will be like a blank sheet of paper, though the difficulty lies in controlling the extremes. If we can hold out for 20 minutes, the dungeon will fully transform into the summoning alchemy formation. Upon hearing this, Dice inquired, 20 minutes? Is that enough time for the support team from the Angel's Realm to arrive? What's your plan to deal with it? Li Fengzi calmly responded, no need to worry, everything is under control. As long as we can endure these 20 minutes, once the transformation process begins, it will become unstoppable. Moreover, I have the authority to mobilize the mechanical stockpile of the Guard Army. 50 Type 2 unmanned combat aircraft from Snapdragon will be deployed. The mission objective is to annihilate all armed forces within the designated radius. As the weapons turned to fire, people shouted, huh? Aren't those our drones? What's going on? Who gave them the authority to launch? What's happening? Drones are firing at the convoy, requesting support, requesting support. Dice laughed jokingly, boom, bang, support? The quantity of drones is overwhelming. Bang, bang. The sounds of gunfire, explosions, and horrifying screams resonated, creating a most melodious symphony. Li Fengzi replied, I knew you would act this way. I specifically transmitted the sound from the scene to you, the sacrifices in this are entrusted to you, this time. Dice said, we must definitely make the ancient gods that we favor descend to the mortal realm. Yi Yunfei rushed to the scene. She thought to herself, no way, there are too many people, too chaotic. Although the data shells on our bodies have disappeared, finding my brother in such a crowd is really not easy. Everyone was running in a panic, and behind her was a monster thinking, I can't blindly search for my brother, I must do something to attract attention so that he will come to find me. That's right, even though the ground is chaotic, the sky is still there. Yi Yunfei decided to use the first skill she had mastered, shooting fireworks into the sky. This is something my brother has seen countless times, as long as he sees it, he will definitely know where I am. The amphibious alligator saw this and asked, what's wrong? You still have the mind to shoot fireworks at a time like this? Are you preparing to bid farewell to yourself, or are you so scared that you can't even hold your gun steady? Can't sit still, huh? Shooting here? I'll give you 3 chances, if you can pierce a bit of skin, I'll consider myself defeated and spare you from death. Yi Yunfei trembled, the level is too low, I can't hurt Dice at all. Blind attacks are useless. Now, there's no other way, I have to risk it all. This is my final resistance. I trust you, big brother, you will definitely pay attention to my signal. The amphibious alligator charged toward Yi Yunfei, shouting, you had your chances, but you didn't take them. Just obediently crawl into my belly. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from somewhere, dare to touch my sister? No, you should be the one crawling into my belly. The amphibious alligator cursed and went to meet its ancestors. Yi Wu asked, are you okay, Yunfei? Sorry, I'm late. Yi Yunfei was overjoyed, brother, it's so great that you finally came to save me. My efforts were not in vain. Yi Wu reassured her, of course, I couldn't ignore your signal, it was the first skill you learned. In the past, you often used it to scare off bullies, and they would run away. Yi Wu thought to himself, even though I opened my true eye and charged straight in, Yunfei facing a formidable enemy and still being able to make calm judgments and actions like this shows how much she has matured. In the past, all I wanted was to keep my family away from danger as much as possible. But in this era, dangers lurk everywhere, and troubles frequently come knocking at the door. Therefore, I must change my strategy. Besides building a fortress as a shelter, I also must help my family enhance their own capabilities. At the very least, when I am not here, they can protect themselves, Yi Wu said with a determined gaze. Shueli, standing beside him, happily exclaimed, "That's wonderful." Yi Wu, finally the two siblings are reunited. Yi Yunfei was surprised to see her idol's appearance. Shueli, brother, why are you with Shueli? Yi Wu replied, "It's a long story, and I'll explain it to you later when we have the chance. Right now, the most important thing is." Before Yi Wu could finish his sentence, his younger sister was so excited that she expressed her feelings outright. "Shueli, you really are. I'm a huge fan of yours. Can I get your autograph?" Shueli took her hand, smiling, "Of course, no problem. If you're Yi Wu's sister, you can have as many autographs as you want." Yi Wu, feeling ignored, shouted loudly, "Hey Yunfei, this is not the time to pursue idols. And you too, Shueli, don't spoil her too much." Yi Yunfei grinned, just a natural reaction. Shueli also laughed, "What a strict older brother." Yi Wu mounted his mount and said to the two girls, "All right, it's time to set off. Shishi is still in danger right now. We must go save her immediately." Yi Yunfei questioned, "That's true, but brother, this mount is really beautiful. When did you unlock it? How come I didn't know?" Yi Wu replied, "It's a long story." The younger sister felt a sense of inferiority. "My brother has become so impressive. The gap between us is getting wider. I need to think of a way to catch up to him quickly." But Yi Wu immediately told her, "Yunfei, there's no need to rush. Let's focus on overcoming the difficult level in front of us first, then we'll think about ranks later. Your brother has a plan." Yunfei thought, "My brother can see right through my thoughts." Yi Wu reviewed the situation with concern. "What's going on? Shi's coordinates have disappeared. Could it be that she's in danger?" Suddenly, a person appeared, holding Shishi, and asked, "Are you looking for this girl?" Yi Wu was taken aback. "When did you appear? Let her go." The other person laughed mockingly. "Why be so tense? The target I was going to rescue wasn't her at all. I thought there was no connection between her and you." Indeed, she has a flavor that's quite different, containing very special power. No wonder I noticed her at first glance. But compared to that, the flavor on you is even more to my taste. Such a sacrifice is truly a pity. That's why I chose not to attack you, but rather to keep an eye on you." Yi Wu was angry. "What do you mean by that? Are you paying attention to me? What exactly do you want to say?" Dice replied, "I am showing you a path to survival. Join the Ancient Lord's Advent Society. That way, you and your friend can avoid death. I am sure you will be a devoted disciple, with great potential." Yi Wu thought to himself, "This man is very strong. How can I deal with him without harming Shishi?" He tried to appear calm. "Oh, so there is such a good thing? But I have no beliefs. Are you sure I have this potential?" Dice smiled and answered, "Of course I am sure, because you and I are alike. We both carry the scent of the ancient gods." He questioned, "The scent of the ancient gods?" Yi Wu calmly said, "The scent of the ancient gods? What does the ancient gods smell like? I can't smell anything. Don't deceive me. I won't get up early for something that doesn't benefit me. Compared to such illusory things, I prefer reality. For example, if I join the Advent Society, what specific benefits can I gain?" Dice, controlling Shishi in his hand, shouted, "Benefits? The greatest benefit is the cleansing of the turmoil in your heart. It seems that you have special qualities, but your consciousness has yet to awaken. You still need to be transformed." Yi Wu smiled, looked at Dice and thought to himself, "Using words to provoke him works, adding a little force will make him completely direct his hatred towards me." Thinking that, he placed his hands on his hips, looked up and provocatively said, "I'm sorry, but I am a realist. I completely disdain your beliefs and have no interest in promoting them." "That seems unrealistic." Dice shouted angrily, "You bastard! Dare to disrespect my faith?" Saying that, he angrily let go of Shishi and quickly charged at Yi Wu, clearly intending to punish him. Yiwu felt delighted as Dice rushed towards him, knowing, my plan has succeeded. Dice clenched his fists, channeling strength into his palms, and immediately threw a punch towards Yiwu. You will regret your foolish actions. Dice yelled, the light flashing with his punch. Yiwu quickly dodged and calmly replied, I must decline your offer. On the other side, Yiwu's crimson comet had timely protected Qixi, shielding her from danger. Yiwu looked at his red dragon and praised, well done, crimson comet. Quickly take Qixi away from here. Dice continued to attack Yiwu. His fists were as hard as stone, constantly striking towards Yiwu. Bang! Seeing that Yiwu could withstand his blow, he was instantly excited and said, although I'm not very good at brute force, the fact that you can resist my level of suppression shows that your physical body has reached quite a sturdy level. It seems to me that in order to completely reform you, I must act from the aspect of the spirit. Yiwu questioned, spiritual attack? He quickly dodged another blow and said, then you must be disappointed, because my spiritual obsession is even more solid than my physical body. Dice raised both hands to the sky, and from a distance, a hole of light immediately appeared. Thunderbolt shot out from it, causing the sky and the buildings to warp according to the distortion of space. He joyfully shouted, then perhaps not. In the realm of the spirit, I possess absolute authority. In my eyes, there is no spiritual defense line that I cannot break. Qixi looked around in astonishment, the entire space was shaking and warping. Yiwu held the sword in his hand, meticulously reminding himself, be careful, I feel like something is about to appear. From the hole of light, a pocket watch shot down, bang. It swayed in the space, causing the buildings to explode. Everyone stared in shock at the object. Is that a pocket watch? This is too absurd. How could he do that? One person exclaimed. Qixi observed the situation, frowned, and said, there must be someone from the outside who has used their authority to modify the dungeon, allowing him to control it at will. This is not good. Yi Yunfei exclaimed in surprise, control the dungeon at will? How is that possible? He's not even the game master. How can we possibly defeat him? Yiwu's face darkened, grinding his teeth and thought, even if he is the game master, I still have ways to kill him. But that doesn't matter. The important thing is how everyone can safely escape from this dungeon. He continued to tell himself, moreover, if we kill him, we will surely have no way to escape. This situation cannot be handled so simply. On top of the mountain made from the debris, Dice sat on a throne with an imposing demeanor like a king. The pocket watch spun above his head. He spoke in a cold and sarcastic tone, I was once a very famous psychiatrist, having cured countless patients. But ironically, when my wife encountered a demon beast and suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder, I was unable to cure her. The painful memory of his wife resurfaced in Dice's mind. He had once seen her jump from a high floor, but couldn't save her. After she committed suicide in front of me, I fell into despair and blamed myself. But over time, I realized that it was fundamentally neither my fault nor hers. Dice, with a cold demeanor, said, the fault lies with this world, with this era. Because they have seeped deep into the bones of everyone. The entire world is repeating the same mistakes. Only the ancient Lord's Advent Society is on the right path. Dice sat high above, looking down at the crowd below, steadily proclaiming his grand ideas. Only when the ancient gods please descend upon this filthy world will all sins be redeemed. The people below listened intently to him, enchanted. Dice declared, now, I impart this joy, this hope, to all of you. Even Qixi and Yi Yunfei were captivated by him, their eyes glazed as they repeated his words, the ancient gods, please descend. Yi Wu was horrified to see everyone in such a state. This is not good, everyone is in a state of mass hypnosis. Yi Wu realized, everyone now looks at Dice with dazed, worshipful eyes. Dice felt intrigued when he saw Yi Wu remain calm in the face of his words, oh, and you weren't immediately hypnotized by me. You truly are not simple. He smiled and continued, then let me use the strongest hypnosis technique to probe the weakness in your heart. As soon as the words left his mouth, a hazy circle of light appeared around Dice. This light continuously emitted, causing anyone looking at it to be immediately drawn into it. This was mind confusion, a type of mental magic that disturbed the target's mind, making their spirit chaotic. Depending on the level of the spellcaster, the intensity of control and the duration of maintenance would change. Yi Wu's spirit began to weaken. It's over. In the trance, he saw images of his parents, sister, Qi, and Yi Yunfei all lying motionless on the ground. Dice approached Yi Wu, joyfully saying, "Finally yielding to me? To force me to this extent, you truly have potential." Seeing Yi Wu kneeling down, Dice raised his hand intending to touch his head, confidently saying, "Now is the final step of transformation. Let me see the weakest point in your inner world." Suddenly, Yi Wu tightly grasped Dice's hand. Yi Wu calmly spoke, "You want to see the weakest point in my heart? I'm sorry, it doesn't exist." Yi Wu exuded a scorching heat as if he were engulfed in flames. He slowly stood up, his voice serious. "If that's the case, it's only because of a lack of money. Why don't you sponsor me several $100 million? The other party looked at Yi Wu in shock, stammering, "This? How can this be? My level 100 hypnosis skill had no effect on you." He gritted his teeth in anger. "I admit, your move is indeed impressive. Although it was just for a moment, it truly made me feel that despair and chaos." Yi Wu quickly threw a punch at his opponent with a thud. As if this was Yi Wu's trump card, not easily to be controlled. The opponent was hit and spat out blood, with his health dropping to 50%. Yi Wu thought to himself, "Luckily, during the moment of hypnosis, thanks to the equipped treasure chest, otherwise I would have capsized this time." The system immediately notified, "The Dragon's Eye Ring and Dragon Tooth Sword have activated. The effect of immunity to spiritual control from this set is now in effect." Dice, feeling as if he were on fire, covered in wounds yet still laughed heartily, Impressive. Indeed, you are very powerful. I truly did not misjudge you, you are more suitable than I thought." At this moment, Dice's health was only 25% left, and his life points were at 30%. He knelt down on the ground, his body covered in blood, but still appeared excited. "Perhaps you are the one chosen by the ancient gods." Yi Wu looked at Dice with a cold gaze, interrupting the sycophant, "Enough. Immediately lift the hypnosis and control over everyone, unlock the dungeon. If not, I will make you die a painful and disgraceful death." Hearing this, Dice lifted his head, laughing uproariously, Compared to the regret and remorse of not witnessing the descent of the ancient gods, Lord Larkone, what is a little pain in death worth? Ha ha. The pocket watch had stopped, the hands almost pointing to 12. Dice looked up to the sky, spread his arms, and reverently exclaimed, "The moment of descent is just 1 minute away. All of you will become sacrifices for Lord Larkone." Dice's health was only 5%, but everyone around still knelt down with him, welcoming the deity. They clasped their hands, bowed, and prayed, "Long live the ancient gods. Please grant us relief from our suffering." The entire city was being destroyed, Dice's blood and life force were down to just 1%. The mask on his face had vanished. Dice looked in shock at Yi Wu, who was still standing there, and said, What's wrong? Are you preparing to give up the fight as well? Or have you finally come to enlightenment?" Yi Wu crossed his arms and calmly replied, "So you're a follower of the big-eyed one. Why didn't you say so earlier? If that's the case, you should definitely obey my orders." Dice knelt down, gasping for breath, looking at Yi Wu and said, "Big Eye? What nonsense are you talking about? I completely don't understand." Yi Wu smiled cheerfully, then continued, "Because I am the master of the ancient gods, Lord Larkone, whom you worship. To put it simply, my subordinates are the ancient gods themselves." Dice was taken aback, struck by this news to the point he felt like he might explode. He trembled, pointed at Yi Wu, and spoke gibberish, "How dare you spout nonsense and insult the divine? Today, I will tear you apart." Yi Wu watched Dice, noticing he had truly gone mad, striking wildly and hacking away, causing rocks and dust to fall. Yi Wu continued to provoke him, saying, "You dare to lay hands on the master of the deity you worship, while still claiming to be pious?" Yi Wu looked at Dice, thinking to himself, this person has completely lost his mind. Killing him would be as easy as flipping a hand, but it wouldn't bring any benefit. On the contrary, keeping him alive might be helpful. He glanced at everyone behind him, they have all been hypnotized. Now, if I summon Larkon, it probably won't affect them, but for safety's sake, it's better to keep my distance. Yi Wu quickly jumped to another spot. Dice saw him move and angrily shouted, "Want to run? Don't struggle anymore." His face looked truly mad and terrifying. He then charged after Yi Wu. Dice yelled, "The dungeon is completely in our hands now. Unless someone from the outside opens the teleportation talisman, you basically have no chance of escaping. Come here, kill me, or let me kill you." Yi Wu landed on the ground, glanced back, and smirked, "Run? The word doesn't temporarily exist in my dictionary." He turned back to look at Dice, provocatively, "You always claim to be the most loyal believer, willing to sacrifice your life for the god. But are you sure you really understand your god?" He continued, "I bet you, don't even mention sacrificing 10,000 people here. Even if you were to sacrifice everyone in the world, you still wouldn't be able to summon Larkon." Dice shouted angrily, "Why not?" Yi Wu replied cheerfully, "Because it only listens to me." Dice held his head tightly, going insane, and shouted, "Enough! I don't want to hear anymore. Don't use nonsense to cloud my mind." His eyes bulged, gritting his teeth as he said, "No one can deny my devotion." "No one." Yi Wu raised his hand and threw the talisman up, summon command. "Well then, open your eyes wide and see clearly, that mindless devotion of yours is nothing at all." A flash of light gleamed. The system notification said, "Using magic gem calling of the new god." A loud explosion sounded, and several thick tentacle-like appendages covered in sharp spikes and the eye of a giant octopus began to emerge from the box. Dice stared in astonishment, stuttering, That is Larkon, it looks like a giant octopus, its body is full of thorns and right in the middle is a large eye." Yi Wu stood with arms crossed in front of the octopus, calmly saying, "So, how is it? Finally seeing the ancient gods you've longed for day and night, how do you feel?" Dice trembled, knelt down, raised his hands to the sky, and shouted, "A." He laughed and cried at the same time, tears of warmth swirling around his eyes, emotionally screaming, "My devotion has finally been rewarded. The great ancient god, Larkon, has finally descended. As the first believer to see your true likeness, I would die without regret." He bowed his head to the ground, sincerely worshipping Yi Wu, and said, "You are the new god, a being higher than the great ancient gods Larkon. Please do not forgive my sins. Grant me death so that I may descend into hell to endure endless torment, a punishment for my offense and disrespect toward you." Yi Wu looked at him, at that moment speechless, thinking to himself, "I can only say that his understanding is truly profound." Yi Wu declared loudly, "You are indeed worthy of 1,000 deaths. However, if you can stop the alteration of the dungeon to bring everyone out of here, I may spare you from death." Dice knocked his head on the ground, saying, "New god, forgive me for my ineptitude, I cannot do what you require. For what we have implanted into the dungeon is a virus that controls the terminal, irreversible. Once activated, it cannot be stopped." He respectfully raised a control box. "The way back I leave behind is this teleportation talisman device. But this device can only teleport 5 people out of the dungeon." He said, "Please take those you cherish the most and leave this place, creating a new world outside for us." At that moment, the octopus Larkon disappeared. Yi Wu held the control box and furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, "Only the teleportation talisman for 5 people? Am I being told to abandon the others?" He asked the system, "AI this, can this device be linked with the outside control device? Can it forcibly change the dungeon using the abilities of a master architect?" The robot quickly replied, "Theoretically, yes, but the dungeon has 60 seconds left, it's uncertain if we can make it in time." The countdown clock started from 60, and the sound of gears was loud and resonant. Yi Wu yelled, "There's no time to hesitate. Start immediately." The robot immediately responded, "At your command." The dungeon began to collapse, the hourglass and the towers started to shatter. Everyone woke up, panicked at the sight before them. What is happening? We just saw the giant hourglass, and then suddenly everything collapsed? Everyone said, quick, look at the battle formation and the countdown in the sky. Is the dungeon about to change? People quickly ran away in panic, some went insane, shouting loudly, run. Where to run? Ha ha. We are all trapped in this dungeon, there's no way to escape. Panic began to spread among the crowd, but Yi Yunfei, despite her worries, still believed in Yi Wu. We cannot give up hope. I believe in him, he will definitely find a way to break the spell. We must trust him. Xueli, standing to the right of Yi Yunfei, nodded in agreement. Yes, I also believe in Yi Wu. Shishi hugged Yi Yunfei's shoulders, anxiously saying, but can he really turn this dire situation around? There's not much time left. Li Fengzi, standing in the control room, stared intently at the countdown screens. The remaining time was 10. He laughed loudly, ha. It's finally about to begin. The screen turned red, the clock counting down to 3 seconds. He raised both hands and shouted, let us welcome the descent of the ancient gods Larkon. The crowd behind him knelt in reverence, collectively chanting, welcome the descent of the ancient gods. Welcome the descent of the ancient gods. The warning system blared, warning, warning. A powerful stream of data is forcibly deleting the change sequence of the dungeon, causing the system to collapse. On the screen, the countdown clock showed only 1 second left before it stopped. Li Fengzi looked at the clock, angrily shouting, how could this happen? The perfect sequence I designed is being erased. His hands quickly typed on the keyboard, grinding his teeth as he said, I must implant a new change sequence. The captain of the guard team immediately stepped forward to stop him. No, we must leave here immediately. The defense outside can no longer hold. Li Fengzi refused to leave. Just one last point, I can't give up. The captain said nothing more, quickly grabbing Li Fengzi and pulling him out of the room. There's no other way, let's go. Li Fengzi looked at him, pleading, wait. At least let Dice be forcibly extracted from the dungeon. He clenched his teeth and said, time's up. Our careers must be sacrificed. May faith guide his soul to the side of the god. Li Fengzi shouted loudly, no, Dice. The entire room shook violently. The sound of an explosion rang out boom. Rumble. The robot joyfully announced, the countdown has finally stopped. We succeeded, my master. The dungeon is collapsing. Yi Wu was moving swiftly with his wings. Despite his efforts to halt the collapse of the dungeon, it continued unabated and even intensified. He thought to himself, is the dungeon finally about to collapse from the outside too? The next issue was how to teleport 100,000 people out at once. A bold idea flashed in Yi Wu's mind. He landed on the ground, looked at the group of Yi Yunfei and asked, is everyone alright? Shishi exclaimed, Yi Wu, you're back. Yi Yunfei anxiously spoke up, we're fine, but Xueli, she's about to disappear. If this continues, she could become a vegetable or. Yi Wu turned to Xueli, who was in a state of freezing. But her consciousness was still clear enough to reassure everyone, it's alright, Yunfei. This might be my mission. Thank you, Yi Wu, for everything you've done. I'm glad to have met you, but it might be time to say goodbye now. Suddenly, a wave of interference appeared. Yi Wu grasped Xueli's hand and said, now is not the time for gratitude or goodbyes. The performance is not over yet. He looked at Xueli and affirmed, go, let us together draw a perfect ending to this performance. Xueli looked at him in astonishment, Yi Wu. Xueli raised her eyes, filled with despair. Perhaps she wanted to give up, thinking to herself, a perfect ending? Once the dungeon starts to collapse, the entire process cannot be resisted. I have no way to stop it. The screams around her grew louder. Fans were shouting and crying, help! Is anyone coming to save me? Meanwhile, someone was pushing and trampling over others, shouting loudly, let us out. I don't want to die. Xueli gradually ran out of strength. She wanted to close her eyes and give in, for she was the one who understood best what was happening. Wearily, she said, the self-imprisonment process of the dungeon has disappeared. I can also contact the endpoint outside the dungeon, but from beginning to end, no one has responded. Either the communication equipment at the endpoint is damaged, or the people outside have not finished speaking. Suddenly, a warmth from a strange hand grasped hers. It was Yi Wu. He looked at her reassuringly. Don't give up. The theme of this show is hope. You are the goddess who brings hope to us. How can you actively give up hope? Xueli lowered her head sadly and said, but now I suddenly feel something like an electric current running through my body. She screamed, ah! What is this feeling? There is something entering my body. Yi Wu held her hand tightly, not letting go. Don't be afraid. Now I will use you as a medium to transmit consciousness data outside the dungeon. From there, I can control the system to open the teleportation talisman portal. Xueli was a little skeptical. Is it really possible to do this? Yi Wu replied confidently, trust me. Now don't say anything. Close your eyes, calm your mind, hold your breath, and focus. When Xueli saw her shimmering reflection in Yi Wu's eyes, she suddenly felt safe and had absolute trust. Xueli nodded in agreement, Then she slowly closed her eyes and followed Yi Wu's instructions. The crowd cheered, looking at each other happily. Everyone, look! That is the teleportation talisman portal. Great, we are saved. But the joy was short-lived as they realized that the teleportation talisman portal was far above the ground. The crowd murmured, but what should we do to get up there? Everyone was discussing, now, she can't do as she pleases like before in the dungeon, nor does she have any flying tools. What should we do? Xueli tightly embraced the man who had helped her. Yi Wu, we did it. The teleportation talisman door has really opened, all thanks to you. Suddenly she noticed he seemed exhausted, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. She worriedly asked, Yi Wu, what's wrong with you? He panted, wiping the beads of sweat off his forehead, like this. It's still far from enough. The teleportation talisman door, with my current level, basically can't allow tens of thousands of people to pass through. Damn, I didn't expect that digitizing consciousness would consume so much of my mental power. Right now, just maintaining conscious awareness is already very taxing. The system also seemed quite concerned and spoke up to explain, that's because the master previously prevented the dungeon from changing, which had consumed more than half of his mental power. Now, the consumption is even more severe, and he must rest immediately. Before it could finish, Yi Wu interrupted, no way. Having come this far, I absolutely cannot give up. Xueli held both of Yi Wu's hands up in front of him, her eyes full of worry. She advised, in such desperate circumstances, being able to save some people is enough. Xueli announced, Yi Wu, don't force yourself anymore. If something were to happen to you because of this, it would be the greatest harm to us. Yi Wu said, Xueli. Yi Wu also looked at her, intending to say something more, when he realized his sister was running over to hug him, voice filled with self-blame. It's true, it's my fault. I just wanted to go see the performance and caused you trouble, being trapped here too. Yi Wu lifted his hand to gently stroke his sister's hair, speaking softly, Yunfei, don't worry, it will be okay. Xixi also reached around from behind to hug him, sobbing softly, it's not easy for me to live 1,000 years just to meet you. Even if this place is the end, if I can be with you, I wouldn't regret dying. He held her hand reassuringly, Xixi will be fine. Suddenly, his body began to recover. This is my spiritual power recovering. Right, it's Qixi's special enhancement ability that I forgot about this. Yi Wu hurriedly stood up, scratching his head in embarrassment, sorry for making everyone worry, but there's no need to create a sorrowful atmosphere as if saying farewell. If we want to rescue, then not a single person can be missing. Everyone will escape together. Seeing him gain strength again, Xixi cleverly joked, this time I truly went for the final performance. Yi Wu reached out to Qixi, Xueli, and Yunfei, signaling a desire to escape the pursuit of the four individuals. The four of them held hands. when suddenly a loud rumble echoed. Xueli felt a strange sensation in her body. She immediately described to Yi Wu, "What is happening? I feel my body filled with power, as if I have regained the ability to control everything like before." Yi Wu replied, "That's because I have transferred the control of this dungeon to you. Let's go, Xueli." Like before, Xueli led everyone to soar upwards, moving towards hope. The encouraging gaze of Yi Wu and the look of unwavering belief from Qi Shi and Yun Fei further fueled her determination. "Leave it to me." Xueli took the microphone and began to hum a song. "The poor child, though the body is full of wounds, believe that the final door of salvation will open." The image of Xueli soaring in the sky, powerful and beautiful, filled those trapped below with renewed faith. Everyone listened intently to her. Some shouted, "Look! It's Xueli! She's still singing, she hasn't given up. I'm flying up. Am I dreaming? We're saved. We are finally saved." Yi Wu smiled, then turned to Yun Fei and Qi Shi, "Let's go together, back home." Xueli was still lost in the melodies, her wings spreading out as she soared into the galaxy, a place filled with passionate love, warm embraces, and the hope that everyone had successfully escaped through the teleportation talisman. They danced joyfully, hugging each other, saying, I am still alive. We survived, we did it. That was dangerous, we almost died in there." Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. "Oh no, the teleportation talisman has exploded. This power. We cannot let our guard down. This is the final moment." They looked up and realized in front of them was a wall of fire, blocking all paths. Standing before the wall of fire was Yi Wu, the top-ranked one. "He saved us." Xueli realized, "But how is it that now, he is so powerful?" Dice searched around. "I don't see the Li Feng Z group anywhere. They must have taken advantage of the chaos to escape ahead, so I should." Just as I was about to run away, Yi Wu spotted me. He shouted, "Stop! The master has not yet spoken. Do you want to leave without saying goodbye?" Dice quickly knelt down and said, "Please spare me, my lord. Please forgive my momentary blindness. To seek life is instinct, but as long as you command, I am ready to offer my life for you at any moment." Yi Wu stood in front of him, her voice serious. "You truly must pay for all your actions. But right now, I cannot let you die so easily, because you still hold value for me." The soldiers quickly rushed forward, grabbed him, and shouted, "Target detected. Immediately capture him, do not let him escape." Dice felt that only Yi Wu could keep him alive, so he desperately flattered her. "A lowly person like me can let my master exploit me, it is truly an honor. Ha, I have no regrets in this life. Ha ha." Looking at him like that, Yi Wu thought to herself, "What a hopeless madman. But in order to obtain information about the Ancient Lord's Advent Society, I still have to keep him around." While lost in thought, she suddenly heard a voice calling, "Yi Wu, we finally meet." In reality, Xueli appeared weak. She needed the support of the worried woman beside her. "Your body hasn't recovered yet, don't force yourself," the woman advised, trying to help Xueli move closer to Yi Wu, who called out, "Xueli." As soon as Yi Wu finished speaking, Xueli inadvertently bumped into a stone and fell forward. Fortunately, Yi Wu quickly caught her. "Be careful." He gently hugged her in his arms when he saw her faint due to her body still not having recovered. Yi Wu was worried, she fainted. The girl accompanying her shook her head, both anxious and blameful. "These two girls are truly too impulsive, their spirits have suffered quite a bit, they need treatment immediately," but Xueli insists on meeting him. "She told me everything that happened." Xueli said, "You are the great hero of this disaster. Thank you for everything you have done. I and Angel's Realm owe you a favor. You can turn this favor into a reward if you wish. If you can wait, 2 days from now when the event calms down, I will contact you." The people from Angel's Realm hurriedly took Xueli away, leaving Yi Wu a bit worried and regretful. She looked after them and said, "This matter is not urgent, you still need to ensure the treatment time for Xueli." Yi Wu watched the plane slowly fly away, reluctant but also relieved. The final danger has passed, but it really is not completely over. The defenses of a large corporation like Angel's Realm are not easily undermined by those in the Ancient Lord's Advent Society, unless there are internal issues. I hope Xueli does not get caught up in this. Deep in thought, Yiwu suddenly heard a cheerful call of his name. Yiwu, it's so good that you and the others are safe. Miss Siyu. Yiwu turned around and saw her hurriedly running towards him. She quickly hugged him tightly, distressed as she said, before this, after I brought you all in, something happened so I had to leave. I never expected such a big incident would happen. I was very worried about you. Yiwu, flustered, did not dare to respond to Siyu's embrace. There's no need to worry, I'm fine. Everything has been resolved smoothly. Siyu gradually pulled back, facing Yiwu. Yes, I know, with you around, any problem can be solved. Although it might be a bit out of context, there's something urgent I need to tell you right now. Yiwu was surprised. Huh, what is it? Siyu slowly pulled out something shaped like a small gem, sparkling brightly. An important mission that was originally scheduled for next week has been moved up to the day after tomorrow. All the battle teams under the corporation with a rank of level 10 and above must participate. But unexpectedly, your King Combat team has also been included in the combat list. Yiwu appeared worried and quickly asked, is this large gathering of multiple battle teams meant to prepare for a large-scale expedition? Moreover, my team was formed not long ago, and we are only at level 1. Why were we included in this expedition? Siyu nodded and replied, you are not mistaken. This is a large-scale siege dungeon battle targeting the stronghold of a certain race. The final point of the mission clearly states this. As for why you were included, I won't elaborate, but someone as intelligent as you should be able to draw your own conclusions easily. Yiwu took the gem from Siyu and quickly provided his answer. There's no need to analyze, it's clear from the context that there is no good intention behind this, there must be some ulterior motive. However, seeing Siyu was staring intently at him, Yiwu suddenly remembered, I have heard about large-scale siege dungeon battles. This is a special type of dungeon that is significantly larger than a regular dungeon. Not only are the monsters stronger, but the area of the dungeon is also broader, containing many bosses that need to be defeated and secured. Yiwu continued explaining, this kind of dungeon often requires 20 to 40 people, and there are even super large dungeons that need up to 100 people. If it requires Han Mo's group to be fully mobilized, then the scale and difficulty of this dungeon must be considerable. Of course, the rewards obtained will also be very valuable. Yiwu felt, I really have to thank some kind person for adding me to this operation, so I don't miss out on this precious opportunity. When Yiwu was thinking about the plan, Siyu couldn't wait any longer, turned her back, and said to him, alright, I have something urgent to take care of, I'm leaving now. Yiwu smiled and bowed, thank you, Miss Siyu. Will you participate in this dungeon expedition? Siyu replied, I will participate, but not go into the dungeon. I will take on the role of logistics commander, mainly responsible for preparing the necessary resources for this mission. I will be in the rear, cheering for you. See you later. The two said goodbye to each other. At the same time, Yunfei and Qiqi excitedly approached Yiwu and happily said, Brother, I heard. I want to go too. Me too. I can help you. Yiwu shook his head, you two are not members of the combat team, how can you go? Moreover, the difficulty of this mission is very high and dangerous. Yunfei, full of hope, stepped forward and gently shook Yiwu's arm, pleading, you are the captain of the combat team, adding us to the team, wouldn't that work? The greater the danger, the more I need to experience combat to improve my strength. I don't want to spend my whole life hiding behind you and holding you back. Yiwu remained silent, looking into Yunfei's eyes, as if he was thinking about something. On NGH, Yunfei is not wrong, this world is always full of dangers, and there is no escaping it. One must strengthen oneself and change previous ways of thinking. He looked at his younger sister, who had grown much more mature and was now able to face difficulties on her own. This made Yiwu feel emotional as he affectionately ruffled her hair and said, if that's the case, as long as you agree to one condition, I will let you join the team and go into the dungeon together. Yunfei looked at her brother, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, what condition? Yiwu smiled and replied, "In these 2 days, I will provide you with a certain amount of ancient magic gems. As long as you manage to level up to 40, I will agree to let you join." Yunfei felt that this requirement was almost impossible. She questioned, leveling up over 20 levels in 2 days? How can that be done? Moreover, where will you get so many ancient magic gems? Yiwu smiled confidently, "This small matter is up to your brother." "Your brother is a man with ore." Yunfei innocently looked at him and asked, "What does ore mean?" Shishi smiled and hugged Yunfei's waist, saying, "I know, I will tell Fei Fei." After that, the two women chatted and laughed as they headed home together. Yiwu was still engrossed in studying the differences between ancient magic gems and regular magic crystals. Ancient magic gems contain a large amount of transmutable magical energy, which can provide a significant amount of experience points instantly upon absorption. The efficiency of this experience conversion depends on the physical condition and potential of the user. Those with innate talent can easily achieve a conversion rate of over 70%, while some, no matter how hard they try, only reach 40% or even less. Moreover, this process consumes a lot of mental energy and physical strength, to the point that an ordinary person can only convert a maximum of 10 mnhph of Yunfei. I am very much looking forward to the conversion results of the girl. I hope it will be remarkable one day. However, I completely trust in her potential and I am looking forward to surprising outcomes. While Yiwu was busy with his research, he heard Miao Bao's voice, "Master, they have arrived. I have followed your instructions and gathered all the magic crystals here." He patted its head, praising, "Well done, keep it up." At that moment, the three-headed dragon appeared, its voice filled with grievance, "You little cat, don't even think about taking all the credit. There are many hidden ore mines that I discovered. If it weren't for my abilities, gathering this many magic crystals in just a few days would have been nearly impossible." The two people continuously argued back and forth, and Yiwu had to step in to mediate. All right, thanks to both of you, the Naga wasn't bad, so let's do this. I allow you to make a request of me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely fulfill it." The three-headed dragon quickly refused. No, master, you can spare my life, that is the greatest grace already. How could I dare to dream of anything else? Yiwu nodded, "Good awareness. Keep this request for later. You might need it in the future. That settles this matter." Yiwu continued to research. "Before this, I used the skills of a master architect to create a batch of robots for testing here. Now, the performance is quite stable. However, it still feels like this level lacks a little bit of excitement." Yiwu returned to apartment number 8, carrying a lot of magic crystals. Yunfei jumped up in joy, "So many ancient magic gems. It turns out my brother really has ore?" Their mother spoke up, "Yiwu, while this floor is high, putting such precious items out in the open is really too extravagant. There's a saying that money never goes out." Yiwu was a bit hesitant. "The problem is that these valuable things, we directly convert them into experience points. Is it possible that it's too wasteful?" Yiwu reassured his parents, "You don't need to worry too much. I have plenty of level 40 magic crystals, and besides, upgrading your levels is more important than money. At least when I'm not around, you can have the ability to protect yourselves." Looking over, Yiwu saw that Yunfei had also started to focus on converting experience points. He reminded, "Mom and Dad, you should start too. Nana, you can use it as well." Hearing their son's explanation, Yiwu's parents felt much prouder and more at ease. "All right, we'll give it a try." Nana happily replied, "Yes, master." An hour later, Yiwu's parents leaned against each other, panting from exhaustion. His mother complained, "Yiwu, I can't take it anymore, I need to rest for a bit. At our age, our physical strength and mental stamina just can't keep up." Yiwu smiled affectionately, "You two take a break first, we'll stop for today." As for Yunfei, everything seemed to be going very smoothly. Her level began to rise. She joyfully exclaimed, "Look, I did it! I told you I would definitely be able to." Her level had increased to level 45. Parents looked at her with pride. "Oh, Yunfei is really excellent. Yiwu also looked at his sister, secretly praising her. You managed to level up to 45 in just 1 hour. Yunfei's talent is indeed extraordinary, but conversion rate is at least 80%. Then he turned to ponder, what about Nana? I wonder how her conversion process is going. Curious, he glanced over and saw Nana working hard to convert quickly, and in a flash, she reached level 60. I want more. I want more. Yiwu asked, Nana, what's wrong? Are you okay? Seeing Yiwu staring at her, Nana was startled and hurried to hide her greed. I'm fine, master. Look, Nana has leveled up a lot too. Can Nana go with you to the dungeon? Seeing Nana's leveling speed, Yiwu felt a great sense of pride. In the same amount of time, Nana has reached level 60, the conversion rate is absolutely 100%. No wonder she is the perfect robot I created. Yiwu thought for a moment and said, going to the dungeon should not be a problem. This is a great opportunity for everyone to gain combat experience. Alright, Yunfei, Kike, Nana, and the 3 of you will be members of the fighting team accompanying me to the dungeon siege this time. Ba heard the announcement and immediately rejoiced, jumping up and responding in unison, alright. Mother Yiwu immediately lowered her voice seriously, advising, you must pay attention to safety. You must listen to your older brother's commands. Nana seemed to secretly reveal the true face of a traitor, meticulously calculating, at this point, agreeing so easily. I must take this opportunity during this war to deal with you in the dungeon. Someone said, let's consider other matters finished, and next, we will use the task assigned by Miss Siyu to learn about the dungeon. He began to issue orders to the system, authenticate. The system responded, starting authentication. Please wait a moment, King Combat Team, Level 1. Team Leader Yiwu. Authentication complete. Simulation mission deployed. Information appeared on the screen about the large-scale siege dungeon Lost Celestial Temple. Recommended level 40, 130. Participation limit, restricted to 100 people. You must complete related tasks beforehand to be permitted entry. Yiwu wondered, levels from 40 to 130? Why is the level gap so large? It's a bit strange. The system began to answer Yiwu's question. The entrance to the dungeon, also known as the Lost Celestial Temple, was randomly discovered in a secret cave beneath the desolate Hong Thiat Plateau. The explorer of Or Magic Crystals discovered it first and sold the location of the dungeon at a high price to a corporation. The corporation's pioneer team then followed a tunnel for about 2 kilometers and discovered the large door of the dungeon. The system announced, after several weeks of fierce battles with the elite demon beast guarding the door, they completely wiped it out and finally completed the mission to open the dungeon. Due to the high danger level of the dungeon, the corporation decided to first send cloaked drones in to scout and gather basic intelligence. The system reported, according to the information received, the area of the dungeon is approximately 50 square kilometers, the demon beasts in the area range from level 40 to 130, and the quantity of magic crystals is abundant. The dungeon has a total of 35 bosses. When the drone approached the temple, it was shot down by the guards outside. The only information recorded before the drone was shot down was about the first boss Shasta, the guardian of the temple, at level 115. Due to the uniqueness of this dungeon, it is necessary to prepare a mindset for a long battle. The first mission of this dungeon is to build a main resource base, located far from the race's place and rich in minerals, to prevent disruptions in supply during prolonged combat. After completing this mission, information about the second mission will be updated. Yiwu, while pressing on the system screen, pondered, this dungeon is more dangerous than I imagined. Was it a wise decision to let them come along? If someone deliberately targets us, the situation will become even more complicated. Looking at the registration list, Yiwu realized that his team was the one with the lowest rank. He frowned. Are they trying to make us a target? What should we do if we end up under attack and become the subject of ridicule? Yiwu wanted to check with the system to better understand his suspicions. He asked, excuse me, what is the specific duty of the King team in this battle? The system quickly responded, the specific mission of the team has not yet been announced. You must wait until entering the dungeon to automatically receive the related tasks. Yiwu felt dissatisfied with the system's response, but he reminded himself to adapt to the situation. No matter who was behind this and what intentions they had toward him, Yiwu decided not to waste this wonderful opportunity. He had a hunch that his skills in architecture would play a crucial role in this dungeon conquest. Tomorrow, he would look for some architectural blueprints. Time to sleep, he told himself, trying to lull himself into slumber. Suddenly, just as he was dozing off, his phone rang with a new message. Ting. You have a contact request from a stranger. Hearing the notification sound, Yiwu startled awake. Who is this strange contact? It's midnight, and are they advertising something? These scammers are truly professional, he muttered. After some hesitation, he finally decided to pick up the phone. On the other end, a familiar voice rang out, that of a woman. Is this Yiwu? It's me, she said. He was taken aback and asked, Who are you? The girl arranged to meet Yiwu at Safe Zone 8, in the Central Park. Feeling excited, he arrived on time. Sitting alone on a park bench, he looked around and realized he was the only lonely one amidst couples on dates. Feeling shy, Yiwu pulled up his collar to cover his face. But he hadn't expected her to invite him out, especially to a place like this. Suddenly, a girl named Miao Ro, level 8, approached Yiwu with a smile that made him feel flustered. A multitude of fantasies flashed through his mind. Is she taking the initiative to befriend me? Oh no, being too handsome is a burden. The girl lowered her head and moved closer to Yiwu. So what is this? Did you want to kiss me right away after just meeting? Yiwu thought to himself and chuckled, then inadvertently blushed in embarrassment. The girl, unaware of his thoughts, gently asked, My pet dog got lost nearby. Have you seen it? Yiwu was taken aback and replied, A pet dog? I'm sorry, I haven't seen it since I just got here. What does your dog look like? I'll help you keep an eye out. He felt a bit shy, thinking it was just a casual exchange, but to his surprise, the girl was very enthusiastic. Really? Thank you so much. It's a small dog, brown fur, yellow eyes, named Hao Hao. Upon hearing this, Yiwu was delighted and exclaimed, Are you In Huan? This disguise is so good that even I didn't recognize you. In Huan quickly sat down, moved closer to Yiwu, and signaled him to speak quietly. Don't speak so loudly. Even though it's nighttime, we should be more careful with disguises. After all, my identity is a bit sensitive. Yiwu quickly stood up, giving up his seat to the girl. She turned to face him, speaking in a whisper to avoid drawing attention from those around. I truly have to compliment you, your disguise is absolutely brilliant. Even your personal information has changed, completely fooling me. The two stood waiting until late at night, and only after there was no one left passing by did they sit next to In Huan and begin talking seriously. Meeting me out here in the middle of the night, is there something important you want to discuss? I was just getting ready to sleep, Yiwu opened the conversation. In Huan looked around cautiously and then whispered, It's about the dungeon mission in 2 days, you know about it, right? Do you notice anything unusual? Your king team is a newly formed first-class squad, yet it has been assigned to a dungeon mission where the lowest teams are at level 10. Yiwu, curious, asked rapidly, Really, spiritual resonance? I was doubtful, and then you came to clarify this for me. So what is the reason? In Huan calmly replied, That's because a high-ranking leader is paying attention to you. They want to use this operation to probe into your true background. Hearing In Huan say this, Yiwu had already made a sure guess in his heart. If the target is me, then the one paying attention to me is probably the young master of the Mo family. In Huan nodded in confirmation. To think you could guess this far. You really are very smart. She said, Mo Chi Young Master is the chairman of Han Mo Group, the first heir of the chairman. The second heir is his sister, Mo Koenai. The competition for control of the group between them has long ceased to be a secret. Despite the disparity in their capabilities, Mo Koenai has still garnered significant support due to her reputation and friendly image, which she has built among the lower classes. Moreover, there are quite a few people in the board of directors who wish to use Mokoenai to balance the power of Mochi. Therefore, Mochi young master always sees Mokoenai as his biggest rival. Previously, during the different Aka event, he sabotaged Mokoenai's plans, coupled with the fact that he was introduced into the group by Mokoenai. This has made Mochi see him as a thorn in his side and want to take this opportunity to eliminate him. Yiwu understood everything Yin Huan said, but he still wondered why she was sharing this with him. He asked, "So, won't you have to face attacks from higher level teams? That's really more risk than reward, isn't it?" Yin Huan was silent for a moment, bowed her head, and continued, "You understand the seriousness of the situation yet can still smile. Truly, you are impressive. But not everything is beyond redemption." She said, "With my understanding of the young master, he won't take action directly from the start. So I have some advice for you." Yin Huan said seriously, "You should obediently pretend to be a useless person, making the young master feel that you are of no value and pose no threat. Be humble in every situation, avoid standing out so that he has no reason to act against you." Yiwu listened, feeling a bit touched by Yin Huan's concern, but he understood that things wouldn't be as simple as she said. He replied, "Thank you for your advice. Although I don't know much about Mochi, I'm sure that whether I act humble or ostentatious, his desire to kill me won't change. With my personality, I will definitely choose the latter. Pretending to be humble like a dog doesn't suit me. Why not leave him astonished instead?" Yiwu looked directly into Yin Huan's eyes and asked further, "But why are you saying these things to me? We are in the same corporation, but essentially on two opposing sides. Isn't your action a betrayal of your young master?" Yin Huan slightly blushed and turned her face away, "Because you are a rare talent. I don't want you to get caught up in this meaningless clan civil war, losing your freedom and even your life. It would be such a waste of a genius like you. Right now, you can still choose your own path. Unlike me, who has never had the opportunity to choose from the beginning to the end." Surprised by Yin Huan's answer, Yiwu wondered why she was not chosen. Why can't a powerful figure like the young master control his own destiny? Yiwu asked. Yin Huan's face briefly showed sadness, and two streams of tears slowly rolled down, carrying hidden pain. She recalled her unhappy past, starting from when she was 7 years old, and began to tell Yiwu, "A powerful figure? Who is born a powerful figure?" Yin Huan spoke bitterly, "Seals and shackles were implanted in me from a young age, and now they can no longer be removed." Yiwu sat down and listened, not taking her eyes off her. "I was born in the slums of the wasteland. My parents, after going out to find food, never returned. Every day I could only eat what I found in the trash, not knowing if I would die by the roadside any day." Yin Huan sighed, her voice filled with deep pain. She said, "In the wasteland, people die every day, and no one cares about the life or death of an inconspicuous girl like me. One day, when there was nothing left to eat, I bravely decided to go out in search of fortune. Unexpectedly, I encountered a merchant caravan being attacked by bandits. In that group, there was a boy dressed very well. Although he looked younger than me, when faced with danger, he did not panic at all. On the contrary, he calmly commanded everyone to fight, even using his weak magic to distract the enemy." She said, "But then I discovered a few robbers sneaking around the back, intending to ambush him. At that moment, he looked so brave, decisively ordering everyone to hold firm, absolutely not to waver. This is a very valuable asset of the company, we cannot let it fall into the hands of others. When I saw he was about to be attacked, I don't know why I suddenly found an unexpected strength and speed, immediately rushing over and pushing him out of danger. You must have guessed it, that young master is Mochi." From that moment, the wilderness lost an anonymous girl, while Han Mo group gained a new member named Yin Huan. Meeting the young master was the biggest turning point in my life. Thanks to him, I escaped from a life of hardship, no longer worrying about food and clothing. The young master even provided me with money, nurtured and trained me, helping me become a key member of his combat team. My life has been marked by the young master, making it impossible for me to break free from the whirlpool of the Han Mo struggle. I am fully aware of this, but from the bottom of my heart, I admire you, Yiwu, because you possess freedom. So please, don't let yourself get caught up in this cycle of struggle, okay? More importantly, I truly don't want to be in opposition to you. Hearing In Huan recount her life, Yiwu felt a slight sympathy for the circumstances of the small but strong girl. It was unexpected that In Huan had such a past, her words made sense, but Yiwu at this moment was not able to achieve the kind of true freedom she spoke of. Only when a crucial stronghold was successfully established could it perhaps be fully realized. The two were engrossed in conversation without knowing that their entire discussion had been overheard by Wan Hao, who had a level of 125. Wan Hao said, "Huh, that's too much, little sister In Huan. Your background has always been a secret, you have never mentioned it to the comrades you spend time with like us. Yet you open up to this kid with an unknown background. I am truly heartbroken." Ha ha. In Huan was startled when she realized their conversation had been eavesdropped on. She angrily asked, "Wan Hao, why are you here? Were you following me?" Yiwu, standing beside her, was also observing, not taking his eyes off Wan Hao, level 125, huh? The oppressive aura emanating from you is indeed quite extraordinary. Wan Hao chuckled, replying, "Following? Don't put it in a harsh way like that. I just happened to discover you disguised going out, I was simply worried for your safety, which is why I followed. A small girl like you out alone at midnight, what if you run into bad people?" Ha ha. Yiwu suddenly felt very idle, I should be the one worrying more. He thought to himself, I feel you should be more concerned for the safety of that bad person. Suddenly, Wan Hao walked straight towards Yiwu, patted his shoulder, and smiled with a meaningful expression. I didn't expect to meet Yiwu. He said, the person who everyone is talking about in the legends. An honor, an honor. Yiwu replied with a smile, well, I don't dare to accept it, I don't dare to accept it. May I ask who this person is? In Huan looked at Yiwu and introduced, this guy is Wan Hao, the strategist behind the captain of the Emotsong team. Usually, he cares a lot about me, but I didn't expect him to be a stalker. Wan Hao, annoyed, explained, I said it's not stalking. It's really a misunderstanding. Yiwu cheerfully introduced himself, so it's Boss Wan, an honor to meet you. I've heard that everyone in the Emotsong team is elite, selected from 1,000, especially a second strategist like you. Meeting you today is even better than the rumors. Wan Hao shyly replied, I don't dare to accept compliments from Yiwu. I can't compare to Super Lai Jia Sitar like you. Perhaps you don't know, but right now the entire corporation is discussing about you. Yiwu suddenly said, talking about me? A nameless person like me still cannot bear this fame. Just as they were having fun, Wan Hao's face suddenly changed. His eyes were filled with killing intent, no longer any humility. A person who could snatch the booth from In Huan could not be considered a nobody. As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged to attack Yiwu. Wan Hao, what do you want to do? In Huan anxiously urged the two to stop. In contrast, Yiwu seemed very interested in this duel. So it turns out to be hand-to-hand combat. Yiwu commented, but the power behind these skills seems a bit light. While fighting, Wan Hao laughed and reminded, this is a battle between men, little sister In Huan, don't get involved. Ignoring her warnings, the two continued their fight, or rather, the exchange of techniques between two men. Speed is too fast. Yiwu challenged, you're not wrong, but if it's a battle between men, please, senior, give it your all, don't hold back anymore. Although he was somewhat restrained, Wan Hao was both angry and impressed with Yiwu. Previously, I was worried about killing you, so I really didn't dare to use my full strength. But at least I have used 60% of my power. This kiddo Yiwu began to genuinely apply force in his attack, causing Wan Hao to be astonished. The strength is incredible, truly interesting. This kiddo's level is at least 110. I shouldn't have underestimated him before. He thought, I want to get serious now. This brat has caused Sister In Huan so much trouble and even got her punished by the organization. If I don't help her take this kiddo down, I definitely won't sleep well tonight. Hearing about In Huan being punished, Yiwu asked anxiously, wait a minute, what do you mean by being punished by the organization? Wan Hao shouted, that's because you stole the boss and disrupted her mission. In Huan has been suspended from the team. Wan Hao, stop talking. In Huan tried to intervene but failed. Wan Hao continued, even demanding that she invite him to join the Mo Song team, otherwise, a greater punishment would await. Yi Wu, having learned the truth, was confused about how to handle the situation. She never mentioned anything about recruitment before, only advised you to withdraw from the internal conflict. I didn't expect that this seemingly cold exterior concealed such a kind heart. Yi Wu turned to look at In Huan and saw her looking sad. I'm sorry, I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Afraid that he might feel tormented, she quickly comforted him, you don't need to blame yourself, at that time, our relationship was just competitive. The boss was someone you gained based on your strength, and I truly respect that. Moreover, this matter is already very complicated, and I hope you don't get too deep into it. Yi Wu insisted, no, after all, this is because of me, and I will definitely take responsibility. Don't worry, I will use this dungeon mission to find a way to help you regain your position. Hearing this, Wan Hao also showed satisfaction with Yi Wu's sense of responsibility. Not bad, not bad. Knowing that you are so responsible, I can rest easy now. Let's go. Wan Hao said goodbye and turned to leave. See you in the dungeon mission 2 days later. Yi Wu happily replied, got it, Boss Wan. At this moment, In Huan approached and reminded him, I have great faith in your abilities, but absolutely don't do anything reckless. This dungeon mission is at a very high difficulty level, and moreover, our captain will be leading the team. You absolutely must not provoke him. Yi Wu took In Huan's hand and affirmed, I will keep it within limits and won't act recklessly. Just wait for the good news from me. In Huan smiled happily and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Yi Wu, along with Yunfei and Shishi, was busy preparing for the upcoming dungeon mission. I think, although my sister's rank in the Shishi group have increased, their equipment is not that good. Therefore, upgrading equipment in the black market has become the top priority. After all, that time I earned quite a bit of money, but I completely underestimated these girls' spending abilities. In less than an afternoon, they spent all 30 million of mine. Even though I feel a bit regretful about the money, when I see the 3 people in front of me so radiant and happy, I grit my teeth and encourage them. My sister's voice rang out in a spoilt manner, it's amazing, big brother, my equipment is even newer. Shishi excitedly showed off her new purchases, her eyes sparkling, I feel happy too. Nana was no less enthusiastic, Master, what about me? Do you like the style I chose? Nana smiled sweetly, her expression adorable. In my mind, I kept thinking about that 30 million and wondering, what on earth did they buy? Can it be that it's not beautiful? I told myself, 30 million, after all. Never mind, my purpose of earning money is to make them stronger, right? And as for the master level blueprint that I need, I might try to see if Imoko and I has it. A master level blueprint in the black market is indeed very rare, not because I'm short on money. I consoled myself with this thought. Very quickly after that, he called Imoko and I and received the response, master level construction drawings? I will send them to you in a bit. Money is not needed, I'm not lacking in a little cash. On the contrary, I want to apologize to you. This time, you were arranged into the dungeon entirely because of me. Someone as smart as you must have guessed this is Emochi's scheme. I originally wanted to stop it but I couldn't succeed. Yi Wu appeared relaxed, no problem, don't worry about it. To be honest, it's just a good opportunity for our team to solidify our footing. Hearing his confidence, Emoko and I felt more at ease, moreover, you're not fighting alone. In the team participating in the dungeon this time, 1/3 is from my faction. At that time, you can look after each other. Of course, everything must be done with caution, you must return safely. Yi Wu replied assuredly, okay, I understand. Emoko and I encouraged Yi Wu then quickly hung up and sent him a message. The system notified that MOKONI had gifted him 30 master-level construction drawings. Upon receiving the news, Yiwu was extremely delighted, asking for one but receiving 30 instead. These 30 drawings must be worth at least more than 100 million. MO young lady is really generous. It makes one more and more excited. Tomorrow is the first day the King team officially sets off. Outside the safe zone, the number of people waiting made Yiwu exclaim, "So many people." Yunfei also chimed in, "Moreover, everyone's levels are really high. Thankfully, I leveled up before coming here, otherwise, it would be too embarrassing." Yiwu confidently patted her shoulder, "Just relax, Yunfei. You'll get used to this scene after seeing it a lot." Around them, people were whispering about their team. Some murmured, "Hey, look at that team over there, that's the legendary King team with the name Yiwu. So many girls following them." Another person scoffed, "Yeah, just a first-tier team, what's there to show off about?" Luofeng, unfazed by the gossip, stroked his chin and thought to himself, "If I can meet the Emotsong team later, maybe I can get their autograph. No, I'm a member of the King team now, I can't lose my spirit like that." Ruan Tian was equally excited, eagerly saying, "Is the stunning beauty in Huan from the rumors here too? I really want to see her true appearance." Seeing everyone so excited, Yiwu broke out in a sweat, worriedly thinking, "Should I tell them about my connection to the Emotsong team or not?" In that atmosphere, suddenly a loud voice cut in, How did a chicken team mix in here? Do you really think this is a winning territory for a sightseeing tour?" Yunfei and Shishi noticed that it was the Grey Howl combat team at level 60 led by Ran Xiong. Ran Xiong looked openly disdainful. "Who allowed a level 1 team like this to come in here? With such poor quality, you don't even have the right to be a bullet shield, just a waste." Several of his subordinates chimed in, "And yet they dare to call themselves a King team, how boring." But the girls are the opposite, their quality is quite high. "Interested in coming to hang out with me?" Luofeng, hearing this, became furious and shouted, "A bunch of dogs looking down on others." Yiwu held him back, "Don't get worked up. We just arrived, there's no need to fight over this argument." Ran Xiong continued with his insults, "I've heard about you. People from MOKONI since your low levels, I don't know what kind of luck you stepped in to snatch the boss from Inhuan. I thought you were some great character, but turns out you're just a kiddo. If you've latched onto a wealthy woman, just accept being a kept man and stop rushing here to seek death." Behind Ran Xiong, a person appeared. Wan Hao grabbed his head and said, "Get out, don't block the way." Ran Xiong was shocked, exclaiming when he realized this person was a major figure. He and his team hurriedly fled, running while saying, sorry, blocking Wan Hao's way. "Really sorry, it's our fault for not seeing, please forgive us." Wan Hao hugged Yiwu's shoulder and greeted, "Well, we meet again, Yiwu. So, how is it? Ready to fight a big battle?" Yiwu replied, "Hello, Boss Wan. However, the only team that can fight a big battle is your Emotsong team. I should just obediently complete the assigned mission." Seeing the two of them so close, Ran Xiong secretly thought, "What? This kid is an acquaintance of MOKONI, and is also so familiar with Wan Hao of Emotsong. What's going on here?" Wan Hao joked, "Obediently? I really doubt that. But since we've mentioned our team, let me introduce you." Yiwu awkwardly replied, Okay. He thought to himself, Wan Hao seems a bit insightful. Even though we've only met once, he has already seen through me. It must be just a coincidence, right? Wan Hao introduced each member of his team to Yiwu. "The person walking towards us is our team leader, Jie Wangchuan. Emotsong should not be mentioned as the one with the highest combat power in the Han Emo group. Of course, just slightly better than me." Jie Wangchuan remained silent upon hearing this. Wan Hao continued introducing the team members. "This is Li Xing, a member of the Iron Steel team. And this is Dan Lu, a healing mage. Both of them are quiet and don't like to talk much." Then he pointed to Leia and Song Yanshao. "These are Assassin Leia and Mage Swordsman Song Yanshao. I'm sure you've met them before." Since In Huan has been suspended, I've temporarily moved him from the reserve team to join us. Song Yanxiao expressed his discomfort, saying, Wan Hao, you really don't need to introduce so much to a nobody. He doesn't deserve it. Leia interjected, so you are Yi Wu? You don't seem impressive at all. What kind of work is that girl In Huan doing? Jia Wangchuan ignored the two of them, acting as if they didn't exist, which left them astonished. Suddenly, Wan Hao exclaimed, Captain, Yi Wu is blocking the way. Say something, Captain. Please stop. He extended his hand in a gesture to shake and said, the incident with In Huan was due to my recklessness. I hope we can have a chance to cooperate in the future so I can make up for this mistake. Jia Wangchuan looked at the hand extended in front of him, remaining silent and motionless. The members of the Grey Hull combat team stood around, waiting to see the spectacle, chatting excitedly. Does this kid want to befriend Jia Wangchuan? Has he taken the wrong medicine? Mo Song not killing him on the spot is already showing respect for Mo Ko and I. This time, there's definitely going to be a show to watch. One of them scoffed. However, contrary to their expectations, Jia Wangchuan eventually shook hands with Yi Wu and said, well, I hope your performance this time doesn't disappoint me in Mochi. Yi Wu replied, I know. One member of the Grey Hull combat team could hardly believe his eyes, mouth agape in shock. Am I seeing things? Jia Wangchuan actually shook hands with that kid. Normally, he wouldn't even glance at us. This must be an illusion. Jia Wangchuan decisively ordered, let's go. The Mo Song team majestically turned and walked away. Wan Hao cheerfully looked back and said to Yi Wu, do your best, Yi Wu. Don't forget In Huan's part 2. Yi Wu smiled and replied, I know. In his heart, he pondered the moment of their handshake, wondering, did Jia Wangchuan see through my true intentions? This Jia Wangchuan is truly not simple. I hope the system on me doesn't get discovered by him. Suddenly, someone approached from behind and said to Yi Wu, are your words just now in earnest? Yi Wu, do you really want to collaborate with the Mo Song team? Yi Wu asked back, huh? Who are you? The person who had just arrived introduced himself, I am Lu Changfeng, the captain of the Storm Battle Team. Miss Mo has instructed me to take care of you, but your recent behavior has raised doubts about whether you are really one of us. He continued, his voice stern, if you betray Miss Mo, it may be hard for you to survive the dungeon. Hearing that threat, Yi Wu fell silent and did not retort further. He thought, no way? Could it be that my recent behavior displeased the Mo Ko and I team? I merely intended to give Mo Song a way out for In Huan. Forget it, let them think what they want, I will still follow my own way of thinking. The conversation ended just as the dungeon was about to open. Lai Jiasi, the top construction master of Han Mo Group, was in charge of this. The subordinate next to him reported, Sir, the power charging for the teleportation gate is complete, and the dungeon can be activated at any time. Lai Jiasi leaned on his staff and loudly commanded, Activate. The subordinate replied, Yes. The teleportation door has been opened. A loud boom echoed, and a gap appeared on the door accompanied by sparks of lightning. Everyone gasped in awe, wow, it truly lives up to the reputation of the master craftsman of Han Mo Group. The teleportation door of the dungeon usually takes a week to charge, yet he completed it in just one day. The efficiency is truly astounding. One person from the crowd stepped forward, excitedly saying, Master, can you help me forge a piece of equipment? I am willing to use all my savings. Ignoring the surrounding commotion, the master said seriously, Start. Seeing his imposing demeanor, Yi Wu secretly admired him, this old man is indeed impressive. Yi Wu thought, unlike me, he achieved the master level through real ability and true skill. However, this person's personality seems to be quite unapproachable. Upon reaching the main base of Han Mo, the chaotic scene struck them. Rubble was piled high, and dried blood was smeared everywhere, as if a fierce battle had just occurred. Everyone was stunned. What is going on here? One person spoke up, wasn't it said that a new base would be built? This was supposed to be an existing base, but why has it been destroyed like this? And what about the dried blood? What happened here? Shishi tightly held onto Yiwu's arm, anxiously saying, the smell of blood is too strong. Surely a very tragic battle occurred here before. Yiwu firmly replied, don't worry, I'm here. He thought to himself, analyzing the current situation, it seems that there was once a vanguard team stationed here, but they were brutally slaughtered. The higher-ups seem to be hiding a secret that cannot be revealed to others. It appears that this mission is not as simple as described. The system's voice rang out, clearly explaining the mission of the Level 1 King team and the Level 40 Grey Hull combat team. The mission of both teams is to protect the mining machine number 38 of the D7 mining area. The amount of magic crystal that the machine extracts will be converted into accumulated points for the combat team, and it is mandatory to ensure the machine's safety, preventing magical beasts from causing destruction. Looking at the mission, Yiwu thought, protecting the magic crystal mining area makes sense. To rebuild the base, a large amount of magic crystal is needed as energy. But this mining machine is too old and worn out, just a glance reveals that it has gone through a great war without any repairs, and its level is still so low. In front of them was an old T800 type magic crystal mining machine, level 40, rumbling loudly as it operated, showcasing its aged lifespan. Yunfei spoke up, oh, it's so noisy, it feels like it could collapse at any moment. Ran Xiong, frustrated, kicked the machine's wheel and cursed, damn it, why do I have to be grouped with you guys? What a stroke of bad luck. He continued, the most important thing is to handle this pile of low-grade scrap metal. The team's accumulated points have dropped again. Yunfei naively asked, what are team accumulated points? What is their purpose? Ran Xiong became even more frustrated upon hearing this, you guys really know nothing and dare to enter the dungeon. To prevent your chicken team from dragging me down, I have to explain this clearly to you. You can think of team accumulated points as the experience points of the team. The more accumulated points there are, the higher the team's level will continuously rise. They can also be used at the resource hall of the corporation to exchange for the supplies you want, such as weaponry, medicine, medicinal materials, professional blueprints. Everything is here. He paused for a moment and then continued, of course, the higher the team's level, the higher the resources that can be exchanged for it. Therefore, team accumulated points are our lifeblood. I dream of having them, because they are completely insufficient. After that, Ran Xiong angrily pointed at the old machine in front of him and continued to vent, and this pile of scrap metal basically can't last long. Even if it can only mine low-level magic crystals of level 40. The points that can be converted are extremely few. Tell me, am I not angry? Yiwu, upon hearing this, stroked his chin and said, so that's how it is. The key to this mission is mining. This is something I'm very good at, so there won't be any major issues. Ran Xiong was about to stop him and said, what are you doing? Are you really going to mine the magic crystal by yourself? Don't be foolish, doing it this way will be very inefficient. However, when he saw Yiwu swing his sword and slice through a nearby magic crystal, Ran Xiong was stunned. You can actually cut through a level 90 magic crystal? Ran Xiong asked further, what exactly do you want to do? Yiwu replied, don't rush, you'll find out soon. He secretly commanded, AI Vis, merge this mining machine with the level 90 magic crystal along with the mining robot I created earlier. I want to turn it into a perfect ore extraction weapon. AI Vis responded, yes, master. The master construction integration skill was activated. Luofeng, seeing this, laughed excitedly, we're about to witness the boss's fusion technique again. In contrast, Ran Xiong didn't understand at all, merely repeating Luofeng's words, integration skills? What is that? Once the merging process was completed, the old machine transformed into a level 90 rampaging SVC. The mining robot went into a frenzy, zeroing in on the ore, leaving no ore behind in its path. The Grey Hull combat team was shocked and puzzled when they saw the newly crafted machine. They couldn't help but wonder, what is this? Where did it come from? One member remarked, this is construction skills. I didn't expect this kiddo to know construction skills, and moreover to be able to create a level 90 mech. This astonished everyone. They understood that this was definitely a special skill. Yiwu pointed at the machine and assigned work to Nana. Nana, this mechanical device belongs to you. First, use it to find level 30 ore, and it needs to be in large quantities. Nana replied, yes, my master. After that, she nimbly sat on the machine and exclaimed, as expected of my master, this thing truly has quality. Nana was filled with excitement inside, thinking, this time, it's my sincere opinion. Nana activated the locator, scanned the area, and discovered the target just as requested. She quickly reported, Master, I have detected a level 90 magic crystal vein with super large reserves located 5 meters right beneath us. Yiwu was surprised, so there are such large reserves? I guess the previous level 40 mining machine couldn't extract them, which is why the vein is still abundant like this. Indeed, in misfortune, there is fortune. Yiwu commanded, Nana, go ahead. Nana responded and began to operate. She thought, the drill bit is a symbol of power. The gigantic drill bit spun wildly, piercing into the ground, making everyone exclaim in awe. She was horrified and fell to the ground. Yunfei approached, helped her up, and asked with concern, Sister Chi, are you okay? Is everything all right? Chi replied, I'm fine, just startled by this crazy machine. Moreover, I feel na-na. Before Chi could finish her sentence, Wan Tian drew everyone's attention elsewhere. Everyone, look below. There are really so many magic crystals, and they are level 90. We're going to get rich. This time, we will definitely earn a lot of accumulation points for the combat team. The crazy machine was mining level 90 magic crystal veins. Nana's expression gradually became twisted, revealing a frenzied desire with each drill's rhythm. She mumbled, not enough, not enough. I still want more. The accumulation points of the combat team were increasing at an astonishing rate, showing no signs of stopping, causing the Grey Hull combat team to shout in amazement, Senior. Look, our accumulation points are skyrocketing. It's truly unbelievable. Is this hacking? Another member reacted, level 90 veins require level 90 detection equipment, and this equipment can only be produced by a master in engineering. How could this kiddo do it? Ran Xiong was silent for a moment, then turned and slapped the one who just spoke, scolding, at this point, what are you still fussing about? Anyone with eyes can see that this kiddo is definitely not simple. He said, no, he is a master, a discreet master. The other guy took a slap to the face, tears welling up, saying, sorry, boss. Ran Xiong, who previously looked down on Yiwu with arrogance, now groveled, bent down and flattered, brother Yi. We had eyes but couldn't see the mountains and rivers. If there was anything offensive just now, I hope you won't hold it against us. Yiwu didn't take it to heart and replied, it's fine, I've seen a lot. We are all a team, as long as no one targets me, the accumulated points are part of yours too. Ran Xiong smiled, thank you. At Invisible Optical, the main base, the operations monitoring room where the overall situation in the dungeon is observed is currently in chaos. What is this king team? They were at the bottom of the rankings before, how did they suddenly climb to first place? First, they stole the boss from In Huan, and now they've gained so many level 90 magic crystals in an instant. This isn't something ordinary people can do. This kid definitely has secrets, but through the drone camera sweep, no cheating behavior has been detected on him. Lai Jiasi, the master, observed the situation and thought to himself, so he was actually able to transform a worn-out level 40 mining machine into a level 90 intelligent mining mech. This kid not only understands but is also very skilled in the field of engineering. Although his apparent level is only 10, his true level must be at least 90. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to create a level 90 mech. But what is his true engineering level? High level or? Yiwu astutely glanced towards the camera, causing everyone in the observation room to be astonished. He actually detected our drone that was cloaked with optical camouflage. How is this possible? The drone didn't malfunction at all. Lai Jiasi ordered, immediately recall the surveillance drone from the D7 mine. Staff questioned, "Why, master?" Lai Jiasi interrupted, "Don't ask, just do as I say. Subordinates only need to follow orders." Yes. Lai Jiasi continued to ponder internally, this drone is a high-grade engineering weapon I created. If he can detect that, then his engineering level must be at least high level, possibly even master level like mine. This kid named Yiwu must be closely monitored. Manhwa, sweating, said, "If Master Lai Jiasi has spoken, then let him handle it. But don't spare this kid." After that, he stepped back, "Let's go, I still have to check the next mineral site." Master Lai Jiasi remained silent and did not respond. In his heart, Manhwa cursed, "Damn it, what's with the pretense? If it weren't for the fact that you are the only construction master of the corporation, I wouldn't even give you face as a member of the board of directors. If you don't choose a side and keep being neutral, just wait, when the one trained by Mochi young master becomes a construction master, your doom will come." Lai Jiasi said, "Your name is Yi Wu, right? Follow me, I have something I want to ask you." Yi Wu replied, "Okay." In his heart, he thought, this old man seems quite formidable. Just one sentence made Manhwa leave, but he suddenly intervened in this matter. "I wonder what his intention is." Both of them headed to the operations command room. Yiwu wondered, does this command room have so many surveillance screens? Could it be that the stealth drones from before were also released by you to monitor us? Hearing this, Lai Jiasi nodded, "Indeed, you are very smart, but that was an order from above, we are just following the directives." He said, "Thanks to that, I accidentally discovered an interesting thing. Previously, when I saw your superior being brought into the dungeon, I was a bit surprised. But now, I seem to understand at least a little. I didn't expect that you, being so young, would have reached such a high level in engineering. Based on the mining robot you created earlier, if I'm not mistaken, you have at least achieved a level of advanced engineering." All the employees were astonished, unable to believe, this kid has achieved an advanced level in engineering? No way, absolutely no way. Are you doubting the teacher's judgment? He absolutely cannot be mistaken. But for this kid to reach such a high level, could it be the talent that people often talk about? Yi Wu scratched his head and laughed, have I been discovered? Truly worthy of being the only engineering master of the corporation. I completely cannot escape your eyes. So, how do you plan to handle me now? Master Lai Jiasi replied, "Handle you? No, calling you here is not to handle you, but to invite you. There's no need to doubt, you are a rare talent in engineering. In the current team, I'm afraid it will only hold you back." He said, "I recommend that you disband the newly established first-level combat team and reassign them to my construction department. Based on your capabilities, money, status, and fame are all things that must be had." Yi Wu politely declined, "Thank you for your kind suggestion, master. My interest in construction studies is only a passing one, merely a secondary hobby for me, without any high expectations." The staff reacted vehemently to his refusal. A passing interest? A secondary hobby? You already have high-level abilities, yet you still say this? Are you looking down on construction studies? Your comment has insulted the history of several hundred years of construction studies and the countless scholars who have devoted themselves to this field in search of progress. You must immediately apologize. Upon hearing this, Yi Wu explained, "There has been a misunderstanding, I do not mean to look down on construction studies. On the contrary, I fully understand its significance. I have great respect for scholars like you. However, personally, I prefer to be on the front line determining real combat rather than researching in the background. Therefore, I can only decline your kind suggestion, master." Hearing such firm words, Master Lai Jiasi could only sigh, "All right, although it's somewhat regrettable, everyone has their aspirations, so I respect your decision. Additionally, you need not worry about your combat team's accumulated points being deducted. I will handle your ranking on my end." Yi Wu replied, "Thank you, master." Unexpectedly, he continued, "But helping with this matter isn't free, consider it a favor that you owe me. With your talents, it's hard to predict your future. There may come a day when you need to help me in return. Hearing this, Yi Wu was somewhat surprised. Previously, he had thought this old man was arrogant, but he didn't expect him to be so straightforward in person. You flatter me too much. Yi Wu said, if there's anything I can help with, just let me know. As long as it's within my abilities, I will definitely do my best. Just then, the room was suddenly enveloped by flashing red from an alert notification. Everyone in the room panicked, not understanding what was happening. Why did the alarm signal suddenly go off like that? Master Lai Jiaxi calmed everyone down, signaling them to be calm. What's going on? At this moment, Jia Wangchuan's image appeared on the screen, and he said, Lai Jiaxi, we have an emergency situation on our end and need to report to you. The situation is quite complicated, please take a look. Master Lai Jiaxi said seriously, Team Leader Jia Wangchuan, aren't you investigating the lost place, the lair of the race in the center of the dungeon? What has happened? Immediately after, the large screen connected to a camera, and the images displayed shocked everyone. On the screen was the terrifying sight of insect waves. The insects were thick and dense, forming a wave with no apparent end, making anyone who looked at it shiver. Jia Wangchuan explained the situation as he saw it. The insect army has exerted all its strength. Moreover, the timing of their attack is much earlier than we anticipated. The number of enemy troops is also several times greater than expected. It seems they want to eliminate us immediately. Master Lai Jiaxi anxiously said, then you must quickly return to reinforce before the insects attack the base. However, contrary to his expectations, Jia Wangchuan replied, no, we will not return. Lai Jiaxi suddenly exclaimed, what? Jia Wangchuan continued, since the insects have committed all their forces, their defenses at their lair must be very loose right now. This is a perfect opportunity to strike, so we will not return. The defense of the base can only rely on you to hold out. As long as you can withstand until we take down the insect nest, that will be sufficient. Master Reyes exclaimed, this strategy is too risky. The repair work at the base has only just begun. Mo Tsung's team has basically. How long until the insect army reaches my base? Jia Wangchuan asked. 4 hours, he replied. Hearing this, the staff lost their composure. One person shouted, 4 hours? With our current pace and manpower, we can't possibly finish the defensive project in time. We've been deceived. Another person tried to calm them down, hey, let's stay calm. However, he could no longer endure it. He ran towards the door, yelling as he ran, I won't do it anymore, I want to go home. When he got close to the door, he collided with Manhwa, who was entering the control room. Caught off guard, Manhwa swore, damn it, can't you watch where you're going? At that moment, a cold laser shot through the forehead of the person trying to escape. He collapsed and died on the spot. Manhwa shouted in panic, the one who did it is Master Lai Jiaxi. He declared loudly, my construction department has no need to absorb energy. Whoever dares to escape will meet this end. Everyone who witnessed the scene echoed, yes. Yes, Master. Master Lai Jiaxi turned to the newcomer and asked, Manhwa, do you have business in my construction department? Manhwa, after witnessing the recent event, broke out in a sweat, his face pale but still trying to maintain a strong voice, shouted, are you asking me? I want to ask you what you are doing here. The information about Jia Wangchuan has just been seen throughout the base, and in 4 hours, the insect army will arrive. Meanwhile, your construction department is still dawdling here. Shouldn't you hurry up and speed up the progress of the defense construction? I don't want to die here, hurry up. Master Lai Jiaxi coldly replied, I work without needing your command. I advise you to quickly hide underground to protect yourself. All construction units, listen up. He commanded. Immediately start operations. The deadline is 3 hours, the entire defense project must be completed. All personnel quickly focused and moved to their designated positions, responding in unison, yes. Gradually, the defense system began to take shape, and sealed spaces were constructed. In his heart, the master contemplated, even if we exert all our strength to complete the project in 3 hours, the defense capability can only withstand a certain amount of insects. But this time, the number of insects is too large. Can we hold them off? Yiwu spoke up, Master, judging by your expression, I guess you also feel that the situation is not optimistic. But sorry, I have to add fuel to the fire. The master was surprised. What do you mean? Yiwu continued, before returning, I scouted Huang Zheng's base and discovered important information. Huang Zheng intends to exploit our fight against the insects to launch a surprise attack. The master was stunned. What? Lai Jiaxi's face darkened. Huang Zheng wants to ambush us? Based on past experiences, this is indeed their style. Yiwu added, but the scale of the insect this time is much larger than before. They also can't enjoy the benefits alone, right? If they don't take action to resist, in the end, they will suffer the fate of fish in a bowl. The master replied, that's not necessarily the case. Because the place they chose to build their base is in the canyon behind us. Even though the mineral vein there is poor, it is very safe. Meanwhile, our base is situated in an area with rich mineral veins, close to the insect's lair and the area where the insects attack. We will block most of the insects for them, so they might not take action. Yiwu rubbed his forehead, the current situation is really difficult. So what about our retreat? Can we withdraw from the dungeon first, then wait to gather more forces and come back? However, Master Lai Jiaxi's answer completely extinguished that idea. That's not possible. To activate the large-scale teleportation gate of the dungeon requires a large amount of energy. The energy was fully used up to open the door before. Currently, the teleportation gate is in the process of recharging, and it is expected to take at least another 10 hours to complete. So everyone must be prepared for a fight until the end here. Manhwa was dissatisfied and shouted, what kind of mentality are we talking about? I don't want to die here with you all. He said, even if you all die, I cannot die. What kind of work are you doing in your construction department? The group is really wasting money on you. He raised his voice, almost losing control, don't hide behind later, you must be at the front line for me. Defending the stronghold is the responsibility of your construction department. If you can't even handle this small matter, you might as well just die. Master Ras approached, slapping him hard, startling him back to reality. Calm down. The slap made him crouch down, crying uncontrollably, Hobu. Master ordered, Manhwa is tired, take him down to the underground bunker to rest. One subordinate replied, yes. Then he encouraged the entire army, right now, we are facing a daunting task. I cannot promise you anything, but I can say that as the commander of the base, I will absolutely not flee in battle. I will stand with you until the very last moment, doing everything I can to protect the base. The staff had different opinions. Some were skeptical, can we really hold our ground? Others said, since there's nowhere left to hide, we might as well fight to the death. Another person replied, but how should we fight? Defending the construction in such a short time, we couldn't even stop the normal insect waves from before, let alone face things that are several times stronger now. Master Lai Jiaxi said, according to common logic, that is indeed the case, but currently, there has appeared an abnormal variable. If this variable truly exists, then perhaps there is still a chance for the situation to turn around. As he spoke, he glanced at Yiwu. Everyone was puzzled. Variable? What is that? That's right. Master Lai Jiaxi replied, that variable is you. Yiwu looked bewildered, pointing to himself, me? Lai Jiaxi explained, for example, if you are a master of construction studies, then the hope of winning would be higher. Hearing this, the staff felt disheartened, the flicker of hope that had just ignited was abruptly extinguished. Him? Are you mistaken, master? How could he possibly be a master of construction studies? Hoping on this kid is like hoping that a monster runs headfirst into a wall. In contrast to them, Yiwu responded, I cannot deny it, you have a keen eye for people. Alright, I won't pretend anymore. Let's show our cards. I have indeed reached the level of a master of construction studies. Tell me what you need me to do. His words left everyone astonished and doubtful. What? He really dares to claim he is a master of construction studies? Is there really such a young master of construction studies in the world? Don't deceive people. Master Lai Jiaxi ignored the criticisms and turned to Yi Wu. I need you to go to the front line in front of the base, to build a defensive barrier to directly confront the insect attacks. You should try to wear them down, buying time for the main base to complete its defenses. Yi Wu replied, Oh, you mean for me to go die? But I understand this logic. If I were you, I would arrange it the same way. However, the difficulty of this task has exceeded the level that your goodwill can compensate for. He continued, I can agree to your unreasonable request, but what benefits are you going to give me? Everyone around was surprised by his words and began to criticize. At a time like this, you still ask for benefits? Are you even human? Someone like you is not worthy of being a master. I'm afraid if you survive, you won't dare to spend a dime. Yi Wu calmly responded to the criticisms. What I hate most is hypocrisy. If it comes to seeking death, I can do that, but I must have benefits as well. Aren't you all here for the sake of profit? Don't tell me you came here to be food for the insects. Everyone fell silent. Master Lai Jiaxi replied, Rest assured, if we can survive, I will definitely reward you appropriately. He said, I take the honor of the Master of Construction Education from the Han Mo Group as a promise. I will not go back on my word. Hearing this, Yi Wu nodded in agreement, spreading his wings to fly towards the door. I trust you. The situation cannot be delayed. I will head to the front line first. As for the forward position you chose and the drawings related to the defense construction, once they are completed, send them to me immediately. The master replied, Understood, all the resources of the base will be devoted to you, helping you build the defense station with all our might. Our fate is all in your hands. Yi Wu thought as he flew. To be honest, he did not care about the fate of these people. He told himself, because I am not the kind of hero who pursues righteousness. I do everything only for the person I care about. Just that. At that moment, Yunfei contacted him. Brother, have you seen the video just now? The insects have arrived. Yi Wu interrupted her. Yunfei, and everyone else, I have something to say to you all. Luo Feng, upon hearing the news, exclaimed anxiously, What? Senior, do you want to go to the front line alone? Isn't this courting death? Ruan Tian couldn't hide her panic, facing the insects alone? Even Yi Wu cannot. Shishi couldn't contain her emotions and shouted angrily, Yi Wu, where are you? I want to go with you. But Yunfei stopped him. It's best for us to stay here. Yunfei said to everyone, Does my brother not understand the consequences of doing this? He doesn't mind the danger, it's all for us. If we continue to hold him back, what does that mean? After hearing this, everyone lowered their heads, remaining silent. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Yi Wu smiled and said, Yunfei really understands her brother the best, she's truly his sister. But can you not speak as if he's already doomed? Don't worry, he knows his limits. Yunfei replied, Yeah, brother, we all trust you. You'll definitely be able to do it. Yi Wu continued, Of course. Our king team has a bright future, how can we possibly fail? Leave it to your captain. After ending the communication with Yunfei, he called Nana. I need her help, tell her to gather with me at this location. Nana was frantically mining, and upon hearing Yi Wu's call, she immediately stopped and responded, Got it, master. She immediately set off. At the gathering point, Yi Wu sighed, the place Lai Jiaxi chose is not bad. I think, this place is indeed very suitable for building the entire outpost. Relying on the mountain formations on both sides creates a natural barrier, I just need to block the main entrance in the middle. Nan Na agreed, saying, That's right. Yi Wu continued to observe and commented, But this is only a theoretical advantage. In the face of overwhelming enemy numbers, any strategy becomes useless. All fears stem from a lack of firepower. Therefore, let's place all the landmines on the path that the insects must pass through in front. I want to create a surprise for the insect swarm. Nan Na acknowledged the order. Yes, master. The system's voice announced that Nan Na had received 58 advanced spider landmines with strong explosive power. After that, Yiwu called AI Vis over and commanded, "Bring the most powerful weapons and the advanced blueprints along with the best defensive props here." AI Vis responded, "Yes, master." Yiwu seriously contemplated, "Although I'm not sure how large the insect wave will be, I will give it my all, absolutely no one must get through." Then he shouted, "Come here. The defense tower is starting to operate. We have 3 hours before the insects invade. The first step of the forward defense station is to build a resource transfer device to move resources from the rear base to the front line." Yiwu looked at the device shaped like a miniature antenna and continued, "This area is the most critical part of the entire teleport station. With it destroyed, all types of weapons of the entire outpost will be unusable due to the loss of their energy supply." At that moment, a wall of iron slowly rose from the ground. Yiwu flew higher to observe and said, "The second step is to build a defense wall. However, a simple wall will not be able to withstand the aggressive assault of the insects. I need to add some enhancements to it." The AI robot Vis immediately proceeded, merging and upgrading the defense wall and the shield, creating a completely new defensive shield wall. The system updated the information about this device: level 80 shield wall, durability 100%, barrier index 100%. Yiwu intently looked at the screen and said, "Next is the most important defensive weapon. Let's see, these are mainly self-limiting weapons, so we can just take as many as we need." He pressed a button on the screen to acquire the weapons. The system announced, "Level 80 high maneuvering machine gun turret." The heavy artillery of level 80 roared, and the level 80 magic crystal flares also howled fiercely. In the operation monitoring room, the system continuously issued alerts: "Warning! Warning! Resource consumption is too fast, exceeding 50%. Immediate replenishment required." Everyone in the room was anxious, hurriedly checking the information. They were astonished. How could resource consumption be so high? Is that kid really defending in a brain-dead manner? They quickly approached the master, seeking his advice. "Master, if this continues, our resources will be completely consumed by that kid. The defenses of the headquarters will also be affected. Should we impose restrictions?" The master turned his face away, not looking at them, and coldly replied, "No restrictions. Accelerate the concentration of resources at the rear, and fully support the consumption on Yiwu's side." In his heart, he understood, the rapid resource consumption was not due to the quantity of machines Yiwu had but because he had transformed the attributes and levels of the weapons, leading to excessive consumption. Such transformative ability was something even a master builder like him could not achieve. On the other side, Yiwu and Nana stood before the massive construction that had just been completed. He crossed his arms, gazing at it, and said with satisfaction, "Building a fortress like this should be secure. We cannot consume all the resources, we need to leave some for the headquarters." Nana looked at the fortress and couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder it's the master, this defensive formation is indeed as solid as diamond." The system announced there were 30 minutes before the insects invaded. Yiwu quickly gave the order, "There's only 30 minutes left? Next, we should strengthen our defenses. Come out, Crimson Comet." The red dragon appeared, joyfully calling out upon seeing Yiwu. Nana looked at the small dragon and broke out in a sweat. Its whole body was equipped with iron armor and weapons. When did this guy start raising battle pets? Wouldn't it be more difficult for me to kill him now? Yiwu stroked the dragon's head, then turned to give an order to the AI robot Vis. "AI Vis, check if there are any suitable modification plans for Crimson Comet in the storage." The AI robot Vis happily replied, "Understood, master. You're currently in a state of MOC frenzy. Crimson Comet is very suitable for modification into a mech. A combat bone modification plan has been detected." "Thanks for the support of Emoko and I," Yiwu said, his eyes glued to the information panel that the AI robot Vis had opened. He was astonished. Oh, the attributes and resistance are very good. This was originally meant for humans, but it still needs some modification. He quickly pressed the select button. The AI robot Vis cheerfully said, "This is basically a small matter for you, Master." Yiwu looked at the red dragon and smiled. "This is a new gift I want to give you. Hurry up and equip it." Crimson Comet's entire body burst into red flames, appearing larger. It emitted a thrilling growl. The whole body of the violent dragon beast was now covered in a new battle armor from head to toe. On its back, there were additional weapons like guns and bows. Its teeth were also sharper. Yiwu admired its new appearance and said with satisfaction, "Yeah, not bad, very impressive." Crimson Comet extended its claws and scratched the ground, creating a loud noise. Bam! Yiwu tapped its armored head and cheerfully praised, "Absolutely awesome. With you here, I feel much more at ease." Hearing Yiwu's praise, Crimson Comet squinted its eyes in joy, making a hi-hi sound. Nana, standing beside, admired and said, "So slay." However, deep down, Nana secretly cursed, "Creatures of this level are not lacking on my planet. What's so special about it? I'm not jealous of its new equipment at all, not even a little." Yiwu turned to Nana and happily said, "Nana, come here. I will upgrade your equipment too. After all, we have to face a strong enemy later." Nana's eyes widened in excitement as she asked, "What? I get to have it too?" Although appearing excited on the outside, when she turned away, she scowled and thought to herself, "No matter how much you upgrade my equipment, I will never give up my determination to kill you." When she turned back to face Yiwu, she lowered her head and shyly replied, "Thank you, Master." In her mind, she thought, how can a low-level being like a human understand the strength and beauty of machines? Nana recalled her previous captivating and beautiful form, reminiscing that she had once been a magnificent machine, embodying both beauty and majesty. "I once possessed eternal life and a perfect body, while the lowly creature before me is nothing more than an ant. How could it possibly perceive the mysterious wonders of machinery?" As she was sinking into her thoughts, Nana suddenly felt something strange in her body. Why is my body so hot? Is something invading inside? Seeing the worried look on her face, Yiwu hurriedly reassured her, "Don't be afraid, I am in the process of reconstructing your body. Hang in there for a bit." Now, Nana's body was equipped with armor from head to toe, even adorned with wings and firepower, forming the shape of a battle angel. Nana looked at herself in confusion. This form felt like armor, wings, and weapons were really light and comfortable. She really wanted to immediately unleash this endless firepower. Yiwu looked at her and asked, "So, Nana, do you like this design?" She shyly replied, "I like it. Thank you, Master." Yiwu reached out to pat Nana's head, happily saying, "That's good. Later, you have to give it your all, Nana is an important support too." She bowed her head and responded, "Yes." Inside, she began to worry, wondering, what's going on? My body feels too hot, could it be that I'm overloaded? After finishing all the preparations, Yiwu stood and looked ahead. Next is my turn. I recall being taught back in school that the attributes of insects are very complex, almost impossible to create attributes that counter them, but they do have a common weakness. He continued to gaze ahead, silently thinking, the exoskeleton of insects is inherently resistant to cold weapons, only heat weapons with piercing capabilities can effectively inflict damage on them. Based on her combat experience, Nana had faced thousands of centipedes, and her divine warrior form had dealt significant damage to the monstrous beasts. Perhaps this principle would be effective again. He opened the screen on the system and said to AI Vis, "So we need to put that design on the field. The design that young Master Emoka and I sent me at first, the one I realized was right after looking at it once." AI Vis was surprised. "Oh, the Master finally wants to use that? So exciting." He stared intently at the screen and seriously said, "I just don't know how many resources it will consume to create it." "Never mind, we can't worry too much about that right now. AI Vis, start." The robot AI Vis quickly responded, "Yes, Master." In the combat monitoring room, the system continued to flash red, and warning sounds rang out continuously: warning, warning, warning. Checks showed that in an instant, a large amount of resources had been consumed. The resources of the main base were extremely scarce. Li Jiaxi stood in front of the flashing red screen, silently saying nothing. Everyone began to murmur, "What? What is this kiddo doing again?" They panicked, pointing at the screen and shouting, "Quick, look at that, what is it?" Li Jiaxi stared at the screen, that is the bloody phantom. A large robot, fully equipped with heavy weapons, slowly walked forward. The booming sound was deafening, and everyone watching it couldn't help but exclaim, "The machinery is so cool." A large robot with a blood-red exterior stomped forward, each step resonating with a thunderous sound. Its appearance left Ivis in awe, exclaiming, "This is so cool. This is the romance of men." Yiwu looked at the robot with excitement and pride, then said, "Not bad, give it a try." Robot Ivis was equally enthusiastic and replied, "Don't worry, Master, just let me handle the specifics. Since I have a mind connection with you, you only need to provide reactions and judgments." The system began scanning data, accurately confirming the identity and starting to load. When the scanning process was complete, Yiwu quickly settled into the control seat inside the robot. He exclaimed with glee, "This is so convenient." Robot Ivis happily responded, "Of course. With your abilities and consciousness, even operating it personally would achieve a master's level. I just want to make things easier for you." Yiwu smiled and said, "Thank you." Yiwu sat in the bloody phantom robot, listening to Nana outside reporting, "Master, there is a high energy response ahead. The insect army is about to approach." Yiwu prepared himself, thinking, "Finally, it has come." "Yes, Nana, transfer the live feed to me," Yiwu commanded. Nana quickly complied and activated the system. Outside, thousands of beasts appeared, crowded and ferocious. The system signaled that due to the overwhelming number of insect waves, it needed 2 minutes for further calculation. Yiwu was pensive, reflecting on Jie Wangchuan's warning, "The number of insect waves this time exceeds the previous ones." Previously, Yiwu did not have a clear concept of the figures, but now seeing it with his own eyes, he began to worry whether he could fend them off. Lost in thought, Yiwu was startled when he felt his robot shake violently. "This is not the time to hesitate, the enemy is approaching." In the monitoring room of the base, everyone was astonished. One person spoke up, "An earthquake?" Li Jiatu looked at the screen and calmly replied, "No, it's due to the insect army getting closer." The sounds of trembling from their marching along the ground resonated to the base. Everyone in the monitoring room couldn't help but be amazed and worried, asking each other, "This is truly terrifying. How many insects must there be to create such a massive tremor?" Ran Xiong gritted his teeth in anger and shouted, "Holy shit, these damn creatures, we have to fight to the death. The army has been mobilized." Lu Changfeng stood beside him, looking at everyone seriously, and said, "No matter what, we must stay here. Anyone who dares to flee in battle will be severely punished, no exceptions." Everyone shouted in unison, "Yes." One house group looked at them, frowning and saying, "Right now, we can only trust the senior. He has always been the man who creates miracles, and this time will definitely be no different." Yun Fei stood beside him, worriedly asking, "Has my brother already fought with the insects?" Shueli agreed with Wan Hao, hugging Yun Fei, and said, "I also believe in Yiwu, he will definitely return safely." In front of them was a busy scene. Yiwu sat in the bloody phantom robot, staring at the iron door, thinking deeply, "Right now it is impossible to eradicate the insects completely, but at least we must use every capability to reduce their numbers, buying time for the main base to construct additional defensive structures and alleviate the defensive pressure." The system announced, 30 seconds left before the insects invade. In the distance, dust was rising. The insects had appeared. "Master, the insects have entered the firing range. Should we launch an attack?" A voice echoed. Yiwu quickly ordered, "Don't panic. Let the defense fire first. Wait until we eliminate one wave of insects before we strike." At that moment, the bloody phantom robot began to unleash a barrage of bullets, each large projectile flying swiftly at Yiwu's command. The first shot of this campaign was one Yiwu wanted to take himself. Bullets rained down like a storm upon the swarm of insects, causing them to explode in pieces. The continuous sound of explosions echoed. The onlookers could not help but marvel at the power of the machine. Its firepower was utterly devastating. The insects that had just advanced were disintegrated under the barrage. The insects that were hit let out wretched cries, but unexpectedly, even more insects emerged, circling around the city wall. The creatures sprang forward with their sharp claws, at level 45, racing towards them. Everyone and the master inside the observation room could not hide their fear. The number of insects was far greater than anticipated. Finally, the high maneuvering machine gun turret, rated at level 80, also began firing, targeting the swarm of insects. The sound of gunfire erupted as each insect was pierced and shattered by the bullets. On the screen appeared the image of a high maneuvering machine gun turret, causing everyone to marvel at Yiwu. Incredible! The firepower of this machinery turret is much higher than the usual standards. How could this kiddo do it? Suddenly, a level 60 corrosive fanged spider appeared. Everyone became anxious. Not good. The corrosive spider has appeared. They understood that the corrosive liquid spewed by this insect had extremely strong corrosive properties and could shoot very far. Even walls made of steel could be dissolved. They began to spray the first wave of green liquid, but the machine gun turret quickly detected and deployed a shield to block it. The corrosive liquid was stopped outside the wall, astonishing everyone. That's an energy shield. Our walls don't have this function. Furthermore, as long as the resource concentration continues, the shield's index will automatically recover. It's too powerful. System notification, level 80 shield, durability 100%, shield index 60%. Although it can defend well, the corrosive fanged spider is still beyond the machine turret's attack range and cannot inflict effective damage. Suddenly, everyone was even more surprised when they saw the system switch to a long-range heavy cannon, level 80. The cannon fired, producing a loud explosion that caused everyone in the surveillance room to exclaim, "This heavy artillery, although its attack speed is not high, has an extremely powerful range and might." Next, switch to the level 80 magic crystal flare cannon, one of the commanders stated. As the cannon fired, the projectiles clustered together like small planets, illuminating before exploding, obliterating an entire swarm of insects. This is amazing. This weapon is incredibly powerful. This is fundamentally an overwhelming assault. If we continue to attack like this, we can win, someone confidently asserted. Unlike the excitement and admiration everyone had for Yiwu, Master Lai Jiasi frowned, intently staring at the screen with a worried expression. He murmured, "No, it can't be this simple. The system has yet to provide the specific quantity, which indicates." Suddenly, the whole surveillance room was bathed in red as the system emitted an alarm, "Warning, warning, warning, warning. The system has checked the specific quantity of the insects." People looked at each other in astonishment. What's going on? The system continued to announce, compared to the standard average quantity of insects in the past, the number of invading insects this time is. Someone shouted in panic, "Everyone, look over there." On the screen appears the red text, "The remaining number of insect waves is 1000%. Everyone in the monitoring room was so terrified that they were trembling. That means the number of insect waves invading this time is 10 times that of before. How can there be so many? One person sat down, whispering, "It's over. Completely over. We will all die here." Lai Jiasi frowned, staring at the screen. He thought, the worst-case scenario I predicted before was only 5 times. Now it's risen to 10 times? This time we are defeated. Even with Yiwu fighting on the front line, it will be useless. Inside the bloody phantom robot, Yiwu also frowned, 10 times? I knew this wouldn't be simple, but this number is really hard to believe. Is it because our human race has invaded their territory too much, causing them to become angry? He looked at the screen, and all he could see were insects everywhere. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that my partner was still in the rear, and I absolutely could not let you get there. Even though I wasn't sure I could do it, I would fight until the last moment. Yi Wu was determined not to give up, and he quickly ordered, Nana, Crimson Comet, it's our turn to take the field. Without my command, absolutely do not retreat. Nana, flying on the left, quickly replied, understood, Master. Crimson Comet, flying on the right, also chimed in, yeah. Both of them immediately charged into the attack. Let's go! Yi Wu shouted loudly. The robot Bloody Phantom began to fight, with continuous gunfire erupting, explosions booming boom. Boom! Speed increased by 30%. Yi Wu shouted, come on! Open all firepower! The robot spun around, continuously firing at the insect waves. The system reported, the remaining number of insect waves was 950. On the side of Crimson Comet, they were also relentlessly tearing into the swarm of insects. The system reported, remaining insect count 880%. At this moment, the level 60 venomous mosquitoes had appeared, watching from outside. One of the mosquitoes sneered, these humans have some skill, but they're all just a marine team. Up in the air, they have no defense at all. All of you will die. Suddenly, Nana appeared, charging straight into the swarm of venomous mosquitoes. She frowned and shouted loudly, who gave you the courage to say we can't control things in the air? In her heart, Nana thought, Master, no, that little boy is quite something, knowing how to create such a nice flying gear for me. But that doesn't mean I'll give up my intention to kill him. Nana swung her sword, gripping the hilt tightly with both hands, her wings equipped with firearms. She fought passionately, with each violent strike resounding, boom! 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 She smiled subtly, secretly marveling, this gear is not bad, allowing me to kill freely. Your day of death can be postponed for now, let me eliminate all these disgusting insects first and then we'll see. The system reported again, remaining insect count 700%. Meanwhile, inside the robot, the screen displayed an all-red alert, warning. Warning! Ammunition count below 30%. AI Vis spoke up, Master, the ammunition is insufficient now. If it goes on like this, it's better to concentrate all the ammunition for the ultimate finish skill of this robot. Yi Wu was surprised, the ultimate finish skill? Well, going for broke is better than small skirmishes. I'll leave it to you, AI Vis. AI Vis immediately responded, understood, Master, fire away. Yi Wu quickly commanded the other two, Nana, Crimson Comet, immediately retreat from the area within a kilometer in front of me. I want to go big now. Nana quickly replied, Roger. Crimson Comet also agreed, Gore. On the other side, the insect swarm looked at the bullet spheres flying towards them and mocked, what do these spiders think they're doing? Just give up, against our absolute numbers, any resistance is futile. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, the insect swarm panicked, sweating, what is that? Are they giving us a big mushroom? A loud explosion echoed. The system reported, remaining the insect count 500%. Everyone was astonished, damn it, the power of this grand move is truly formidable, it's just that the name of this skill is too unserious. The system emitted a warning sound, warning, ammunition count 0%. Ammunition count 0%. The bullets on the blood-colored illusion robot began to fade away. Holding a steel pencil in its hand, it remained determined to charge forward and massacre the swarm of the insect, bam. Bam. It's fine, if the ranged weapon can't be used, then switch to close combat. The swarm of the insect screamed in fear upon seeing blood-colored illusion, ah. Don't come over here. The robot swung its weapon down on the insects, causing them to explode, ah. Ah. Yi Wu quickly commanded, no matter what, we must hold this position until the end. Nana responded, understood. Crimson Comet acknowledged the order, Gore. Ran Xiong, hearing this, felt moved, boss, you chose to hold out until the end for us. Lu Changfeng looked at the screen, worried. Not good, the signal from the surveillance camera is lost. Could it be that the insect has sabotaged the teleportation talisman resource equipment of the station? Wan Hao, at this moment, blamed himself, shouting, "Damn it, if I were just a bit stronger, I could have helped. Why am I so weak?" Yi Yunfei stared at the screen, anxious of brother. Both Shueli and Shishi were also worried. "I'm sorry, Yi Wu, hang in there. You can definitely do it." At this moment, everyone in the surveillance room wanted to rush out and fight together. "Let's go help. We can't let him bear this alone." Someone said, "That's right, after all, we are a high-ranking team, and we absolutely cannot let a level 1 brother protect us like this. Instead of sitting around waiting for death, we should take the initiative to strike," they said excitedly, wanting to go into battle. But just then, the system announced, "The base is currently in a locked state, no one is allowed to go outside. Please stay in your positions and wait for orders." Everyone asked in dissatisfaction, "Why?" Then Lai Jiaxi appeared on the monitoring screen, calmly saying, "I am very pleased to see that you maintain your fighting spirit in the face of panic, but we need to analyze the situation clearly. If even Yi Wu cannot hold on, going outside would only be seeking death." After pausing for a moment, he looked around at everyone and continued, "Now, please return to your designated defensive positions. Be ready to welcome the enemy and do not let Yi Wu's efforts go to waste." As he finished speaking, everyone below gradually calmed down. Lai Jiaxi looked at the screen displaying the word "signal lost," pondering, "Yi Wu, you have brought us too many surprises. If the number of enemies does not exceed expectations, you might even be able to handle the situation on your own. But right now, I cannot do anything to help you. I'm sorry." Outside, Nana was still trying to eliminate the swarm of flying insects, but their numbers were overwhelming. "Humph, these damn pests are too many, buzzing around my ears, driving me crazy." Cough, cough, cough. Her health was currently at only 35%, and her life force was at 10%. On the other side, Crimson Comet was also facing a group of insects clinging tightly around his body. Gore, gore. They were hanging on Crimson Comet, biting and gnawing, growling, "Ha, die." But Crimson Comet's health was only at 25% and his life force was at 30%. The system reported, the remaining number of the insects is 300%, and the damage to blood-colored illusion has reached 98%. Yi Wu was sitting inside, gasping and exhausted. Huff. Huff. He thought to himself, "Am I finally reaching my limit?" Although the destructive power of these insects is astonishing, this is still close combat, and their numbers are not decreasing. Moreover, he glanced at the teleport station surrounded by thousands of insects wreaking havoc. The resource teleportation talisman has been destroyed, most of the defensive weapons are no longer usable. If the insects break through the final defensive structure, they will charge straight into the base. Yi Wu was thinking of another way. Is the only option now to open a Shadow King account? But how much longer will it take to spend my remaining assets? He gritted his teeth and decided to proceed. Even if my heart is bleeding, I won't hold back anymore. System, change to Shadow King. Before he could finish his command, Yi Wu noticed that snowflakes began to appear around him. Hey! Are those snowflakes? Why are there snowflakes on the battlefield? Suddenly, a large sword descended from above. It was the Sky Frost Blade. The insects caught in the strike died on the spot. Ah! Yi Wu was stunned as he looked at a girl standing high above, looking down arrogantly. That's Xue Lu, the ace of the Emperor Group, level 140. He was taken aback looking at the sword through the cracked screen of the robot. She's one of the top-tier fighters of the Huang Zheng Group. Aren't they trying to play us? Why are they helping now? What is their aim? Xue Lu glanced at Yi Wu with a hint of admiration and then scoffed, saying, "Ha, daring to face a large-scale insect attack alone, while very courageous, is also incredibly foolish." She jumped down from the large sword, which began to shatter into pieces. However, this level of skill is far from enough. The insect swarm looked at her, making strange sounds. Another soft-skinned human, looks so delicious. Come on, hurry into my mouth." She quickly used the Icebone Strike, and the cold air from her instantly froze and killed the swarm of insects. Gore, she's too strong. Xuelu tossed a piece of green stone into the sky, smiling at the swarm of insects. You want to eat me? Go ahead. If you bugs are strong enough, I wouldn't mind letting you bite and swallow me. Immediately, a snowflake formation appeared, surrounding her. The insect screamed in fear. That magic crystal is. She smiled and said, Summon magic crystal, frost goddess. Sharp and hard snowflakes blew down, making the insects even more terrified. What is she? What is she planning to do? Xuelu used the skill permafrost breath, covering the entire area, instantly freezing the entire insect swarm. The system announced, permafrost breath, the ultimate magic of the frost goddess, deals damage within a radius of 500 meters, immobilizing targets for 1 minute. If prolonged, they will be frozen to death. The system announced, remaining number of insects 250%. At this moment, the insects began to panic, screaming as they looked for a way to escape. Run! Run away! The robot blood-colored illusion stood watching the massive wave approaching in front of it. Boom! Yiwu panicked and exclaimed, Is this an indiscriminate attack? Is she planning to take me down too? It's over, the robot can't move anymore. Crimson Comet. The red dragon quickly rushed in to shield him. Yiwu felt a deep fear. This is too dangerous. This girl is really terrifying. She just appeared and is already going all out. Looking down at the raging wave, Yiwu saw the bodies of thousands of the insects, along with the remains of the robot blood-colored illusion, about to be frozen. The system reported, the remaining number of the insects is up to 200%. He couldn't help but be astonished. Is it really possible to annihilate such a massive number of the insects with just one move? Is this the power of level 140? Yiwu thought to himself, but she has destroyed my robot blood-colored illusion, this debt must be settled with her. In the glowing formation, Xuelu stood tall, facing the swarming insects that were growling and preparing to charge. They cheered, her big move is used up, let's rush in. No matter how strong she is, she can't kill all our swarm by herself. Ha, let's tear her apart. Xuelu crossed her arms, calmly observing the insects. She scoffed, who said I only have one big move? Just after finishing her words, the Frost Death Waltz was unleashed, causing them to be frozen once again, unable to counterattack. The system's voice echoed, the remaining quantity of the insect is 150%. Nana was still hard at work exterminating the flying bugs. Keep coming, you damned insects, come here. Suddenly, a green light unexpectedly struck her position. Ack! Nana exclaimed, I was startled. Yiwu quickly used his shield to block that light for her. He cautioned her, Nana, be careful. Even though you're focused on killing the enemy, you can't disregard your surroundings. Yiwu's health was only at 40%, and his life essence had dropped to 30%. Nana looked at him, touched and stammered, Master, Master. Xuelu looked at the two with interest and said, Oh, you actively took my attack without dying, that's really interesting. The energy emanating from you. Could it be that the rat who peeked outside the main base was you? Yiwu, with one hand blocking her attack and the other protecting Nana, calmly responded, So you discovered that? No wonder you're a level 140 powerhouse. Though I almost got swept away by your attack waves, I must admit your appearance has saved me. I have to thank you for that. Nana did not care about what they were saying, only focusing intently on him, thinking, earlier, he risked his life to save me. Xuelu jumped down to Yiwu. She looked at him and said, If you can see that my level is 140, then surely your level is roughly similar. With every step Xuelu took, snowflakes and ice spread out towards that direction. Anyway, thanks for standing on the opposing side. If you lack confidence, then you were just foolish. Nana hid behind Yiwu, secretly observing Xuelu. This woman looks very dangerous. Yiwu looked at Xuelu and said seriously, I am very clear about love and hate. Thank you is thank you, but the debt you have caused by ruining my monster robot, I will remember to settle. Xuelu looked at him with interest. Really? How intriguing. I have never met anyone who dared to speak to me like that. She crossed her arms, looking at Yiwu and asked, I am very curious to see how you will collect your debt from me. But before that moment arrives, you still have something to do. She pointed behind him, her voice haughty, it's to survive. Yi Wu was shocked and turned to look behind. What? A huge demon beast appeared, stomping along, followed by a swarm of insects trailing behind. The system reported, the remaining number of the insect is 100%. Yi Wu looked at the demon beast in front of him and exclaimed, the boss of the insect abyssal mammoth weevil, level 110. He thought, when the insect is down to 100%, will the boss appear? Could this be her goal? Yi Wu glanced back and said, indeed, an excellent plan. First, intervene to deplete the number of the insect waves beforehand, avoiding the impact on Huang Zheng Group space. Second, let the boss of the insect ravage Han Mo Group space. You didn't spend a single soldier, and if Han Mo Group can't hold them off, what then? Using the smallest cost to obtain the greatest benefit. Xuelu simply smiled and gradually faded away. I'm not interested in meaningless conflicts, and the boring struggles for corporate interests only disgust me. I do this just to have something to report to the senior leaders of the corporation. Yi Wu did not look at her, calmly replying, actually, it doesn't need to be that complicated. With your abilities, taking down the entire base of Han Mo Group alone is not impossible. Before disappearing completely, Xuelu did not forget to compliment, you are smarter than I thought. She continued, but the gap in strength cannot be compensated by mere cleverness. If you can survive, I greatly look forward to the day you come to collect your debt from me. Yi Wu furrowed his brows at her, your disappearance is exactly like Shui's retreating method from before. However, I never expected that within such a short time, I would encounter 3 girls with the surname Shui, Shuihi, Xueli, and Xuelu. Could there be a connection between them? Never mind, this is not the time to think about that. Yi Wu looked at the abyssal mammoth weevil charging toward him. I must quickly figure out a way to deal with it, or all my previous efforts will go to waste. He frowned and thought, the insect waves have reduced to normal numbers, I can let them pass, the main base should still be able to defend itself. I need to focus all my energy on confronting the boss. He remembered the communication station, but the teleportation talisman resource station has been destroyed, and the communication with the main base has also been cut off. Surely the base still doesn't know about Xuelu's appearance. I must report the battle situation to the main base so everyone can prepare to deal with the enemy. Thinking this, he immediately ordered, Nana, use your fastest speed to inform Lai Jiaxi about the battle situation here for defensive support. Nana was astonished to see her wounds had healed. Is this me restored already? That guy gave me all his remaining resources. Yi Wu shouted, stop dawdling, hurry up. Nana was startled as she looked at him, okay. Nana quickly rushed forward, is he planning to face the boss alone? Don't die. If you do die, it can only be by my hands. Yi Wu was riding atop the Crimson Comet and commanded, let's go, Crimson Comet. We must hold our ground here, we cannot let the boss breach the defense. In the monitoring room of the base, someone said, the signal ahead has been cut. Has the teleportation talisman resource station been destroyed? A crackling sound echoed, and the screen displayed the message, number of insects remaining, 350%. Everyone was anxious, it's over, how can there still be so many insects? Although that guy has reduced the number of insects from 1000% to 350%, that's still beyond our defensive capabilities. They were disheartened. We're definitely going to die. Lai Jiaxi stood still, deep in thought. It's been a while since we've lost contact with the front lines, but why hasn't Yi Wu returned yet? I had told him to retreat quickly when he could no longer hold on. Could it be that he values his life less than my old life? Lai Jiaxi thought, seeing a rookie with infinite potential like that die makes one feel regret. But all is not over yet, a final conclusion cannot be drawn. He shouted loudly, lift up your spirits for me. Now is not the time to give up. If anyone continues to be negative or pessimistic, I will have that person killed immediately. Everyone was startled, quickly calming themselves and together shouted, yes, teacher. Ruan Tian cried and asked Yun Fei, what's going on? Have you made contact with Yi Wu yet? Yi Yunfei held the small screen that had lost signal in his hand and shook his head. No, even using the communication device from the base, we still can't get in touch. Shishi, sitting beside, anxiously said, how can this be? Yi Wu is risking his life on the front lines, and we don't know anything about his situation? It's so frustrating. Yi Yunfei spoke to comfort, everyone, don't worry. He will definitely be fine. He has never let us down before, right? Wan Hao gritted his teeth and said, that's right, we must trust our senior. Who knows, maybe right now the senior is dealing with the remnants and the general of the species, picking up equipment until his hands are sore. In his heart, he understood, in Yunfei's heart, he is more worried about the senior's safety than anyone else. He thought, but I have to try to appear composed to reassure everyone. I cannot let her bear the burden alone. He looked out the window, his hands clenched, silently thinking, even though what I want most is to stand shoulder to shoulder with the senior fighting on the front lines, as the only man here at this moment, I will definitely protect them at all costs. Don't worry, senior. At the current speed, we will reach the main base in another 5 minutes. Nana quickly soared ahead, exuding confidence. Humph, how dare you stand in front of me with such little calculation and shame yourself? To be precise, it will be 5 minutes and 8 seconds before we arrive. She glanced at the swarm of insects chasing her, thinking, while I know I can easily outpace the insects and reach the base safely, why not take this opportunity to slay a few monsters and earn some experience points? She frowned, I don't understand why the last time I killed so many insects, it didn't grant me any experience points. Let's try again now. Besides, I've already entered the protective zone of the base. Later, I just need to send a message back to the base. This way, I'm not defying his orders. Thinking that, Nana cheerfully turned around, preparing to fight the swarm of insects. She fired bullets and weapons at them, thinking to herself, this way I can safely kill the monsters. I'm really too smart. The bombardment was relentless. Watching her experience points continuously rise, Nana was happy, finally, she was gaining more experience. She laughed, I want even more. System notification, experience points gained 3,000. Experience points gained 3,000. Experience points gained 3,000. Nana fought like crazy, glancing at the system panel and seeing she had reached level 70, she joyfully said, at this rate, I might quickly surpass the true level, escaping his control. Ha! The swarm of insects exploded. Suddenly, a demon beast emerged from the sea of flames, charging straight at Nana and striking her, injuring her instantly. Her health dropped to 40%, with only 20% of her life left. She gritted her teeth and thought, what's happening? Did I just get attacked? The demon beast was a golden armored mantis elite, level 85. It looked at Nana, growling, humans still don't know life and death. You originally had a chance to escape, but you turned around to seek death. Let me help you with that. Nana fell to the ground, still in shock and thinking, an 85 level elite monster. I'm doomed. I was too engrossed in the thrill of killing to notice there are high-level elite monsters like this. When she hit the ground, she suddenly remembered, I have to send a message to the base immediately. Nana stared back in surprise, seeing the golden armored mantis elite raising its sword, die. She quickly pressed the distress button, Master, help. I don't want to die. Yi Wu stood on the back of the Crimson Comet, calmly considering, the strategy now is to release a large number of the insects first. Then, I will hold the boss and fight it. Once the boss is dealt with, I'll return to the base to provide support. The dragon flew out of the swarm of insects. Yi Wu thought quietly, the Shadow King is my only finishing blow. My fusion mission will also take time, and burning through resources is not a long-term plan. He looked over at the abyssal mammoth weevil, pondering, I have a bigger question. After killing so many insects earlier, why haven't I received any experience points or loot? Is it a special mechanism? Am I not going to get anything for my effort? The abyssal mammoth weevil looked at Yi Wu with an oppressive gaze and said, the kind of person who dares to stay behind alone, I do not respect your courage, but relying on you cannot hold me back. nor do you have the qualifications to fight me. Yiwu quickly said, I don't have time to waste talking to you, open the Shadow King account system. The abyssal mammoth weevil, immediately 3 beams of light shot through, accompanied by small rolling bugs rushing towards him. Yiwu was startled, looked at the information about them on the system, and was amazed to discover they are the 3 Locust brothers, level 95. Yiwu gritted his teeth and said, I said it would be a one-on-one fight, yet these guys want to open another Shadow King to crush me. It's really not easy to deal with. He looked at the 3 bugs charging towards him and realized, this boss is not only strong but also very cautious. I must deal with these 3 elite monsters first, then open the Shadow King. Otherwise, my resources will definitely not be enough. Yiwu turned to the red dragon beside him and commanded, Go, Crimson Comet. We need to deal with these 3 elite monsters in the shortest time possible. The red dragon immediately breathed fire and charged to attack. Gore, gore. Yiwu shouted, swinging his sword with great force. The health of the 3 elite monsters dropped to 20%, but immediately after, it recovered to 90%. Yiwu gritted his teeth, I can't just use one skill and finish them off. It seems that besides the damage reduction skills of their race, my level is also not enough to suppress them. Yiwu continued, furthermore, the blood volume instantly recovered. Could it be that the significance of this special essence is that the 3 of them resonate their blood volume and must resolve everything in one go? The bug began to counterattack, and Yiwu quickly pulled out a large shield to defend. Bam! He quickly requested the system, how much can all my current experience points upgrade the linking level of the Qian Emperor account? The system replied, currently, the linking level of the Qian Emperor is level 100. The most it can be upgraded to is level 105. While slashing another bug, Yiwu looked at the system and continued to ask, so low? After the previous battle, even without counting experience points, it shouldn't only increase a little like this, right? The system responded, the linking level of a single account after reaching level 100 requires a significantly larger amount of experience points for each subsequent level. Please consider carefully before unlocking a new account. Yiwu continued to fend off the swarm of bugs while angrily thinking, what is there to consider? At such a critical moment, this kind of mechanism appears, isn't it just trying to take my life? He kept grumbling, the Qian Emperor account cannot inflict destructive damage on bosses and elite monsters. Yiwu thought, with such a short amount of time, the Shadow King cannot erupt. Facing so many powerful enemies like this, I really don't want to waste time on these monsters. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, that's right, didn't I obtain the blueprint that excited me so much at the beginning? Thanks to Kuni's help, that weapon is very suitable for dealing with these 3 elite monsters. Yiwu quickly moved in another direction and commanded, Crimson Comet, leave these 3 to you for now, help me hold them off for 10 seconds. The red dragon immediately accepted the order, gore, gore. Yiwu called AI Vis and said, AI Vis, prepare to craft the weapon based on the blueprint immediately. AI Vis looked at the map and replied, alright, master. Finally, it's time to craft this weapon, isn't it? I can't help but thank Kuni once again for the benefits she provided. She really understands men too well. System notification, the final weapon from the other dimension. Its power is immense, but the current technology of the world cannot manufacture it. If successfully crafted, please be careful to avoid causing irreparable casualties. The weapon's characteristic is to bypass all defensive damage reduction. While running, he asked AI Vis, how long does it take to manufacture this weapon? AI Vis replied, 30 seconds, because this is the final weapon of the other dimension. It cannot be completed in an instant. Moreover, during these 30 seconds, the account moss must always be maintained. He panicked, what? Facing the level 90 elite insect, he felt a bit worried, oh no, Crazy Moss is not a combat type account, stopping 3 level 90 elite insects is too difficult. But fortunately, in the grand blueprint, Kuni left me with a few other items. Holding on for these 30 seconds shouldn't be a big problem. The opponent immediately charged at him, but he remained unscathed. The system announced the arrival of a Starlight versatile drone, a perfect combination of attack and defense, along with a numerical advantage, shining like the brightest star in the night sky. However, this strategy could not be sustained for long. Yi Wu said, although the attack power is not considerable, it wins with numerical advantage. Even if we can't kill them, we can still make the opponent uncomfortable. At that moment, another member of the three Locust Brothers level 95 appeared. Aivis shouted loudly, "Master, the weapon is complete, please take it." He hurriedly turned back and replied, "Okay." Receiving the weapon in hand, Yi Wu was overjoyed. "It's huge, this one immediately gives a feeling of safety." The system notified, "This is the BFG-YN 3000, the final weapon from the other dimension. While its power is tremendous, it cannot be manufactured with the current techniques of this world. Even if it could be made, please exercise caution to avoid unforeseen incidents that could lead to irreparable casualties. Its characteristic is that it bypasses all defense mechanisms that reduce damage." Aivis gleefully analyzed, "That's right, because this is a weapon from the other dimension, even a master-level engineer in this world cannot create it. But the downside is the shortage of materials for its manufacture, which is why it only has 3 shots, so it must be used carefully, but..." Before he could finish, he interrupted and fired the first shot. "Who cares? Fire 1 shot and then continue talking." Aivis shouted, "Wait, Master, why don't you let me finish before firing? The shot, while powerful, can easily be dodged by them." He was stunned, bewilderedly saying, "WTF, did it really miss?" Aivis exclaimed, "Isn't that a waste of 1 shot?" Suddenly, a black hole appeared, causing Yi Wu to realize, "Wait, this is a small black hole. So that's how the BFGM 3000 is used." As soon as he finished speaking, the black hole began to emit a powerful gravitational force, pulling the enemies straight in, leaving them just enough time to scream, "Ah!" Then they exploded, leaving only smoke behind. Their blood and HP were completely erased, leaving no trace whatsoever. Both sides looked at each other in astonishment, unable to believe what had just happened. "Damn it! This power is truly overwhelming." Aivis said, I originally wanted to say that to maximize the effectiveness of these 3 shots, there was another way, but now it seems that it may not be necessary anymore." Monster said, "The scientific and technological capabilities of your human race have evolved to this level, but the human body remains a critical weakness." Yi Wu thought, looking at my condition. Right now, my stamina is only at 30%, my health is only at 40%, while I am still enduring extremely powerful attacks from the enemy. The system announced, "The amount of starlight has reached 80%. This made him even more anxious. "That's right, with this body, I will be crushed, especially in the state of the Moss account." He quickly turned to ask, "Aivis, you just mentioned a way to enhance the power of the weapon, quickly tell me this specific operation." Aivis quickly provided the information. "Among the many titles of Crazy Moss, there is a title called Firearms Master." Aivis announced, "You can use firearms skills up to the maximum level, doubling the power of the weapon." Yi Wu exclaimed, "I didn't expect Moss to be a sharpshooter." Aivis replied, "To be precise, it should be called gun crafting, as researching and creating various types of firearms is also a major hobby of Moss." He hurriedly urged, "So what are we waiting for?" The system immediately unlocked the title Firearms Master for Moss. The system announced, "You need 600,000 experience points to unlock this title. Do you wish to unlock it?" Yi Wu decisively said, "Although the cost of this title is more than double that of the previous title, the Master Alchemist, it is still more economical than if these 2 shots fail to deal with the boss. Unlocking Shadow King later is not too late. If we can save, we save. Confirm unlock." The system confirmed, unlocking the title Firearms Master activates a hidden mechanism, automatically unlocking the Good Friend linked account. He was astonished. "Damn, a Good Friend linked account? Isn't this like a buy one get one free deal? Awesome, let me see what this account is all about." The system announced, "The account features a vicious man, with an unknown name and age, proficient in all types of firearms, combat, with a violent, hot-tempered, and easily angered personality." The system continued to notify, "Due to wandering alone in the universe, gods kill gods, and Buddhas kill Buddhas. Once in a state of extreme rage, I destroyed a planet, supported by countless demons. The system announced, after wandering to the planet where Moss resides, we became friends due to shared madness. Moss crafted many powerful weapons so that nothing could hinder me. Before destroying his own world, Moss jumped into a spatial wormhole, from which his whereabouts remain unknown. The system said, this account cannot be used independently, it can only be activated when Firearms Master is enabled. However, it carries an unclear negative effect, so the owner must use it with caution. Yiwu remained unfazed. Instead, he felt even more confident, another madman, just like Moss, a rampaging destroyer. As for what the side effects are, I don't have time to care right now. I have already endured debuffs like Shadow King, I don't believe there is anything more dreadful. As long as I can blow up this boss, that is all that matters. The system activated the title Firearms Master, transferring the account to the cruel man. Yiwu's eyes gradually changed, and he completely transformed into that account, his appearance resembling that of a true demon. Yiwu excitedly exclaimed, "This is so cool! I want to unleash a massacre, all the demons, die for me, huh?" The remaining starlight was at 0%, the protective shield shattered. The level 11 abyssal mammoth weevil boss in the dungeon howled, "I've had enough of your buzzing and annoying sounds. Die!" Yiwu defended with his weapon and laughed loudly, "I'm not hurt at all. Add a bit more strength, I can take it. Ha ha!" He slashed with the first strike, causing the beast to let out a pained growl, "Gur gur gur." His blood was at 90%. Enraged, it shouted, "What's happening? You seem to suddenly have turned into a different person." Yiwu smirked, "With your brain capacity, it's hard for me to explain it to you. Well, let me help you improve your enlightenment." He grabbed its claw and directly ignited it, making it scream, "Yiwu, you bastard." The blood of the abyssal mammoth weevil is down to 75%. Yiwu continued to somersault in the air, unleashing powerful shots. "If improving your enlightenment still doesn't help you understand, then die." The creature was not to be underestimated, it yelled, "You humans really underestimate us. But if I don't have my ultimate move, how can I command millions of the insects?" The monster roared, "I am a high-level race that has evolved for hundreds of years, how could an ant like you possibly kill me?" He unleashed the skill Starting Berserk, the Fury of Life, and the system announced, "Starting Berserk, the Fury of Life increases by 500%. Two massive beams of light shot out. This guy sneered, "No matter how strong technology is, it is merely an external tool. Only the strength of the body is the ultimate answer. Look closely at this perfect body of mine, so you can see how I crush what you proudly call technology." Two black holes opened up, directly sucking in every fiber of his being, and the system said, directly facing the attack of small black holes, "Damn, it's a boss, and it's hacking, master, it doesn't know how to reason." Yiwu was worried, it seems that these two attacks from the black holes won't take its life. He also realized that his account was about to expire. The system announced, "The host has cancelled the account status. The vicious man has restored the basic crazy Moss account status." The system comforted Yiwu, "It's not your fault, master. Who would have thought this boss is also a hacker?" The boss growled, disdainful, "You are the first human to make me look this disheveled. Do you have any killer moves left? If not." However, his blood was only at 20%, the abyssal mammoth weevil arrogantly stated, "Now is the time for your death." Yiwu stood before the giant monster, calmly contemplating. "This time I've really run into a strong opponent. It seems I need to change my strategy." AI Vis replied seriously, "Master, regardless of the new strategy, we must execute it quickly. This one has fully powered up." Yiwu was also quite tense. "I know that its 20% blood is not much, but the damage from that life rage is quite troublesome." At that moment, the level 11 dungeon boss, the abyssal mammoth weevil, unleashed an extremely ruthless move. The frenzied state increased its attack power by 300%. Yiwu was surprised, did the buff from life rage disappear? It seems its hack couldn't last long. In that case, I can easily kill it in one move by activating the monarch's nightmare. He thought, but just killing it like that seems a bit wasteful. To maximize the value of the boss, I suddenly had a bold idea. Thinking of this, Yiwu quickly retreated away from the boss. The monster noticed and bellowed, "Stop, you bastard! I will definitely crush you." After using the pursuit technique to keep close to Yiwu, the foolish boss fell into his trap. Seeing this, Yiwu seized the opportunity and added fuel to the fire. "I will not stand still for you to kill me. Come here, chase after me. If you can catch up, I'll let you." He turned around, flashing a cunning smile, signaling that the enemy was about to face disaster. Then he quickly flew away. On the way, he was startled to see many insect corpses scattered on the ground. Why are there so many insect corpses on the way back to the main base? Did Nana engage in battle with them? What is happening? Didn't I tell Nana to report? As if realizing something, Yiwu hurriedly turned back and was stunned to see Nana. Indeed, he saw her lying motionless in the battlefield, which had been severely devastated, her body covered in injuries. At that moment, he heard someone calling Yiwu's name with worry and urgency. Nana wondered, who is calling me? Did I not get killed by the insects? How can I hear a voice? This voice is so familiar. She slowly opened her eyes and saw the happy face of Yiwu. She was shocked, as if trying to confirm, "Master, master?" Yiwu picked Nana up, his eyes full of concern as he said, "So you finally woke up? Look at yourself, why did you let yourself get into this state? Fortunately, your core hasn't been completely destroyed, so I can still fix you. Playing around like this isn't acceptable." Nana was surprised. She thought she would be scolded, perhaps even face a parental-style punishment for not completing her tasks. But then, Yiwu's gentle smile faded, and he became serious. "It's fine." Yiwu gently said, "After all, Nana is still a little girl, being mischievous is normal. Moreover, before you lost consciousness, you relayed information about the base and helped reduce the number of the insects by about 20%. He smiled brightly and praised her. "Our Nana did a fantastic job." Feeling comforted and praised like this, Nana was so touched that tears welled up in her eyes. "This guy, I caused trouble, but not only does he not blame me, he even comforts me gently like this." She clutched Yiwu's shirt, choked up, "Thank you, master." On the side of the base, everyone was observing the situation. "Master, according to the information relayed by the female robot earlier, we have locked down the entry point of the insect invasion, and the information about the quantity is being recalculated." Everyone said, "The results are in, the number of the insects left is only 80%. Before losing the signal from the front line, the number of the insects still reached 350%. What on earth happened during this period? If there are only 80% left, we have a chance to survive." "That's great, sir. Your deduction was indeed correct. That kid named Yiwu actually did it." Lai Jiaxi, the one referred to as Sir, pondered. The information just received was transmitted by Yiwu's female robot, not directly from him. Now, the insects are approaching the base, but he still hasn't returned. This indicates. As he realized something, Lai Jiaxi turned around and urgently ordered, "Attention everyone! Even though the insects remaining are only 80%, due to the fact that we had previously exhausted all our efforts to support the front outpost, the defense of the main base is still not strong enough. Do not let your guard down, do not waste the desperate efforts of Yiwu." Everyone shouted in unison, "Yes." Immediately, the troops entered a state of readiness for battle. The announcement P. All combatants pay attention, the insects will reach the base in 1 minute. Currently, there are two important pieces of news. The good news is that the number of the insects has decreased to 80%. The bad news is that the defense of the base is still insufficient. He said, "We need the teams to do a good job preparing to welcome the enemy." Under the high concentration of everyone, Lai Jiaxi announced, "The insect will arrive at the base in 30 seconds, 28 seconds. Over here, Wan Tian was full of worry. The insect is getting close, why haven't Yiwu and Nana returned yet? Could they have run into trouble?" Shi calmly replied, "No. Yiwu has reduced the number of the insect from 1,000 to 80%. They absolutely will not fall at this critical moment. Yi Yunfei, Yiwu's younger sister, offered advice, don't think too much right now. We must focus on the task at hand. We must put all our strength into defending the main base. When my brother returns, we cannot let his efforts go to waste. Luo Feng agreed, saying, Yunfei is right. Focus on what's in front of us. Later, follow my command. I will draw the monster. Yunfei and Shishi will support, and Wan Tian will be in charge of healing. Luo Feng reminded, our levels aren't high, so I will attract low-level monsters, so everyone must keep close to my pace. Everyone replied in unison, understood. The countdown moment has arrived. The insect has finally approached the base. The order has been issued, prepare for battle. The sound of gunfire immediately rang out in rapid succession. Everyone was immersed in the fierce battle. A level 65 violent corps rushed towards the base. The city guardian anxiously said, this is not good. Our city walls do not have energy shields for protection and won't hold out for long. Prioritize shooting at those self-destructing insects. Suddenly, a level 75 elite monster appeared, using a breaking skill that caused the city walls to crumble. Everyone shouted, the main gate has been breached. Prepare to face the enemy. Hold the line, do not let any of them slip through. The level 85 Fengyan combat team quickly arrived. The scene was extremely intense, with the battlefield engulfed in flames. On one side, the four of Shishi, Luo Feng, Wan Tian, and Yi Yunfei had just defeated a massive level 55 red-eyed crocodile. Luo Feng excitedly said, that's right. This is the rhythm. I didn't expect our first collaboration to be this perfect. Wan Tian laughed loudly, let's go, next one. On the other side, Ran Xiong had just taken down a monster. He was astonished to see, apart from the elusive Yi Wu, the coordination of these kids at this level can exert incredible combat power. He said, normally, someone with a rank higher than 40 would have long lost their fighting spirit when facing a desperate battle situation like this. But this royal warrior team has some real skills. He turned to Luo Feng and said, hey kid, don't get too excited. Your senior asked me to take care of you, so I can't let you cause trouble. Just follow me and make sure to fight properly. This scene was just like a father leading a group of rebellious teenagers. Luo Feng also listened and replied, all right, brother Ran. Before he could finish his sentence, a light suddenly rushed towards them. Boom! A heavy object fell down, leaving both of them stunned. In front of them appeared a golden armored mantis elite of rank 85. Its name said it all. It seemed that its entire body was covered in gold. Luo Feng was astonished, an elite monster of rank 85. Ran Xiong also panicked and said to Luo Feng, run quickly. With our levels, fighting it is no different from seeking death. Seeing Luo Feng standing still like he was frozen, he was shocked, what? Why are you still standing there? Do you want to die? But Luo Feng replied firmly, you go ahead and act. I will stay back to hold it off and buy time for everyone to escape. Brother Niem, please protect my partner. Determined, brave, and somewhat reckless, these are the words that can describe Luo Feng at this moment. It seems he has decided to sacrifice himself in an attempt to save his teammates. Hearing this, Ran Xiong immediately shouted in anger, what? Luo Feng, don't do anything foolish. Luo Feng unleashed his steadfast skill, an indomitable defensive skill at level 45, capable of reducing damage by 30% and summoning a four-sided shield to protect against incoming attacks. A new monster appeared, a golden beast, and spoke, clearly weak yet still unyielding. It seems among your kind there are brave warriors. And are you sure there are brave warriors among your kind? Luo Feng replied. Someone remarked, in order to show respect for you, I will use all my power to kill you. Luo Feng shrugged and gave a faint smile, to be honest, I'm a bit scared of this so-called respect now. After saying that, he used a shield with 4 times the power. Luo Feng seemingly couldn't withstand it. The ground beneath him was shattered, and his health dropped to only 20%. The powerful strike caused Luo Feng to groan in pain. Yet, he still stood there, gripping the shield, which startled the elite monster. What? You blocked my full force strike and are still alive? You are quite unusual. Luo Feng quickly countered, I don't know why either, but I won't be easily defeated by you. Maybe it's just a little oversight, but if I get the chance to strike again, it would truly be a great advantage. Under Luo Feng's slash, the monster only lost 5% of its health, and the golden armored mantis elite regained its composure, unleashing an attack and defense strength that far surpassed its rank, forcing Luo Feng to acknowledge that it was indeed an opponent not to be underestimated. But that's all it is. Immediately, the golden armored mantis elite shifted behind him. Luo Feng was startled as he couldn't see its movement speed. Tense, he muttered, so fast. In his mind, the image of Senior Yi Wu, whom he had always admired, appeared. He told himself, I'm sorry, Senior, I've tried my best, I didn't lack courage. But courage in the face of a disparity in strength is worth nothing. I'm still too weak, not strong enough to protect you. Luo Feng was a person full of loyalty. At this moment, he might face death, but what he feared most was not the death itself, but the feeling of guilt towards his comrades. He worried that his sacrifice wouldn't be enough to help everyone. However, suddenly, with a single move of Dragon Fist Dance of the Prison, the golden armored mantis elite was brought down to 60% health. Lu Changfeng appeared. He said, the perception of the young lady is indeed not wrong. You have exceptional insight and courage, these two factors will support you in becoming stronger. If you were to die here now, it would be a loss for our camp. Under this technique, Luo Feng suddenly restored his health and defense completely, reaching 100%. While he was still wondering who had come to save him, Lu Changfeng continued, we'll handle things here, you should quickly regroup with your partners. Those low-level bugs will rely on you. Saying this, he turned back to command his Fengyan squad. The Fengyan squad immediately set up an attack formation. Luo Feng was astonished, mouth agape, they are the Fengyan squad, part of the Mokuanai camp that my senior mentioned, right? No wonder they are an 85-level team, the third strongest in the Han Mo group. This elite insect won't last long now. Under the captain's direction, the Fengyan squad quickly overwhelmed the monster. A voice emerged from the insect, although humanity has powerful beings like you, it truly surprises me. To be fair and enjoy this battle, shall we have a one-on-one duel? At this moment, the insect only had 20% health and 40% defense left, yet it still dared to challenge Luo Feng boldly. In the end, with just a few swift strikes, Lu Changfeng silenced the monster, sending it to meet its ancestors. Who wants to fight you one-on-one? You are just a bug, don't even dare to talk about fairness or righteousness here. It's a complete waste of time. He looked at the team ranking board and saw that the Bear Combat team was in first place with a level of 88 and had eliminated 304 monsters. In second place was the Fengyan team, at level 85, having taken down over 200 monsters. It was no surprise that the Mo attack team was not present here. He thought to himself, this time, I must strive to accumulate as many points for the team as possible to raise our team's rank. After contemplating, he shouted loudly, all members of the Fengyan team, follow me to continue fighting the enemy. We must eliminate all these filthy bugs. Instantly, the spirits of all Fengyan members soared, and they shouted in unison as they charged forward. On the other side, Luo Feng was facing the wrath of three girls. Ruan Tian said, Luo Feng, you can't recklessly charge in like that anymore. We are teammates, and even if we die, we will go with you. Shi nodded in agreement, that's right. Yi and Fei didn't oppose as strongly as they did, but her eyes were filled with worry. She seemed upset and said, if something really happens to you, and we are still alive, my brother will never forgive us. Luo Feng was also perplexed and murmured, I understand. As a temporary captain, I won't let you all die with me. In his heart, Luo Feng silently thanked this announcement hundreds of times, if it weren't for it, I would surely be scolded further. The notification appeared, remaining the insect count at 8%, the casualty rate in the base at 15%, the remaining defense equipment at 30%, and the core area undamaged. The members participating in the battle jumped with joy. Great! We have won. We are alive. Li Jiasi remained calm and said, "Calm down. The fight is not over yet. Be cautious of any unexpected situations. Also, immediately deploy drones to scout the situation at the forward station." Everyone scratched their heads and responded in unison, "Yes." In truth, Li Jiasi was also confused. If Yiwu really sacrificed himself, at the very least they should bring back his body. Suddenly, a warning notification popped up. Warning, warning. High energy reaction detected ahead. It will reach the base in 60 seconds. This plunged everyone into chaos. What is happening? Aren't there only 8% of the insects left? Why is there still a new wave of insects approaching? One person continued, "Who did you think it was? Turns out it's the chicken being chased by Yiwu since the beginning of the match." At this moment, the abyssal mammoth weevil boss had only 20% health left, and its defense had dropped to 18%. Yiwu appeared in front, carrying Nana, who seemed to be unconscious. He quickly flew towards the base, causing Li Jiasi to be so surprised that he swore, "WTF? The boss is in a berserk state and has only 20% health left?" Someone suddenly realized that the one flying in front of the boss was Yiwu. Li Jiasi's face now clearly showed pride. "That's my son." Everyone around was very surprised. He's still alive and has managed to fight the boss to this point? Truly Yiwu. The boss's hatred is always tied to Yiwu. Although they were very grateful for what he had done, everyone shouted, "Yiwu, don't come here. You'll lead the boss to destroy the base." But it seemed Yiwu didn't care at all. Seeing Nana's smile, he realized she had regained consciousness. Yiwu immediately set Nana down and said, "Go, Nana. Join the meeting with the teammates. I still have unfinished business." Nana replied, "Okay, master, you must be careful." Yiwu smiled confidently, "Don't worry, I'll go and come back soon." If anyone didn't know, they would probably think he was just going out for fun. Below, Wan Tian Tian and Chi Shi shouted loudly, "Yiwu." Luo Feng, holding Nana in his arms, looked at Yiwu with joy and determination and said, "Don't worry, senior." In the group, perhaps only Yi Yunfei remained calm. She raised her hand slightly and said softly, "Brother, we'll wait for you to come back." Without hesitation, Yiwu started to think about his plan. The defense lines of the base have been sealed off. To let the boss through, he must aim at a part of the wall and avoid the central area, which is the weakest point. He quickly accelerated, luring the boss close to the wall and slamming into it. Immediately, the wall shattered upon impact. Watching that scene, Yiwu assessed, "This base wall is like a piece of tofu against the boss, completely helpless." He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "Luckily I attracted the boss's attention, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable." Seeing the defensive wall being destroyed, everyone shouted in unison, "Aha! The defense has been broken." Before he could finish his sentence, someone immediately realized, "Boss is completely ignoring us. What on earth does that kid Yiwu want to do?" At this moment, only Li Jiasi remained calm and thoughtful. He told himself, could it be that Yiwu is leading boss towards the Huangzhang group's base? Indeed, it is like that. Yiwu, with a face full of joy at the misfortune of others, laughed, "Having deliveries right at your door this early in the year is already rare. I genuinely can't wait to see the surprised look on Huangzhang Group's face when they receive this big gift." Everyone burst into laughter. Did you hear that? Over at Han Mo Group's base, the sounds of fighting and cries of despair are deafening. They must be under attack, causing chaos. Ha, that's right. Additionally, with Sister personally showing up alongside boss, this time Han Mo Group is completely done for. Just then, Ling Yuan appeared from nowhere and asked, "Where is Lulu? Why hasn't she returned yet? I told her to go to the front lines. It can't be that she doesn't want to go, right? This girl is truly too willful. making people worry too much. Everyone was surprised, Ling Yuan-sama. Ling Yuan appeared worried, thinking, if something unexpected happens now. But deep down, he thought, this is great, haha. She has always taken advantage of her high rank and has never listened to anyone before. Ling Yuan thought, if she really causes trouble, I will definitely make a scene in the board meeting of the corporation, revoke her high-level dungeon strategy freedom, and block her promotion path. Hardy stood behind, respectfully saying, from my understanding of Lady Xuelu, she must have gone to the Lost Holy Temple alone. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been held back by those pests for so long. Ling Yuan asked, Lulu went to the Lost Temple alone? How could that be? Why would she want to go against the battle plan and act on her own? Doesn't she know how dangerous that place is? Hardy replied, this is an unavoidable situation. Lady Xuelu has always been independent, unwilling to be bound. After all, she is too strong. Upon hearing this, Ling Yuan thought to herself, that's right, precisely because she is too strong, she can single-handedly suppress my Pluto combat team, preventing us from ever becoming the top fighting force of the Huang Zheng group. Although it's very frustrating, there's nothing I can do. Therefore, I must utilize all my capabilities in this mission. Ling Yuan's face turned serious as she commanded, make them level up quickly. No matter how strong she is, she can't solo several powerful bosses, right? And dying would be good, our faction can take this opportunity to rise higher. Hardy seemed annoyed, she said, forget it, she doesn't follow the rules, I can't do anything about her. Then she asked Hardy, how long until we set off to ambush the Han Mo group's base? Hardy replied immediately, in 5 minutes. Ling Yuan encouraged, everyone, get ready. We must take advantage of this battle to severely injure the Han Mo group, bringing our Huang Zheng group back into the ranks of the 5 major powers. Everyone here will be rewarded accordingly, promoted, and given a raise. Hearing that, the group shouted in unison, take down the Han Mo group. Take down the Han Mo group. Suddenly, a tremor startled the entire group. Ling Yuan asked, what happened? An earthquake? Or? Before she could finish her sentence, a subordinate rushed in, panicked, reporting, not good, Lady Ling Yuan. There's a winged creature leading a bunch of bosses straight towards our base. Hardy grabbed the subordinate by the collar, shouting, what do you mean a winged creature? The bosses were supposed to attack the Han Mo group's base, why are they charging towards us? Calm down and explain clearly. The trembling subordinate replied, I'm not sure, I just saw from a distance a kid with wings leading the bosses towards our base. Then suddenly that kid disappeared. Hardy threw him aside, angrily thinking, could it be that Han Mo's people deliberately brought the boss to our base? How could this happen? Just relying on one person isn't enough. He shouted loudly as the boss stormed in chaos, get out of here, brat. The Ling Yuan group gasped, it's over, the boss really has broken in. The boss sneered, don't think that just because you're shining, I can't do anything to you. Even if I flatten this place, I will find you. Brat. Ling Yuan panicked. Run away. The boss is not only rampaging but is also going insane. If it continues like this, our base will truly be trampled. He reassured, don't panic, hold your formation. The boss's hatred is currently in a chaotic state. Some of you take the hatred away from it, and then wholeheartedly drain the boss's health. We just need 20% more, let's resolve this in the shortest time possible. The subordinate responded, yes. The boss roared furiously, are you all with that guy? Fine, kill you, and he will naturally appear. Hardy commanded, others, go. We must stabilize the boss's hatred for me. Yiwu stood on a building, smiling and thinking, the biggest gift I've given, you all seem very pleased. He continued, however, this time the base of the Huang Zheng group has been completely destroyed by the boss. Restoration is no longer possible, we can only recover the boss's health. Even with only 20% health remaining, it is enough to significantly reduce your members. This way, you will no longer have the will or the strength to raid the Han Mo group's base. This is what is called losing a chicken and not gaining a grain of rice. He thought to himself. At first, I hesitated. If Xuelu was at the base, she could handle the boss with just a few moves. My operation this time would mean nothing. Fortunately, I made the right bet. Now, even if the boss's health drops below 5%, I will still carry out the final step of the operation plan. The boss, increasingly angered by the attacks, shouted, "Get lost! You annoying pests!" Hardy said, "Well done, keep attacking, the boss's health is down to 6%. We have hope for victory now." He laughed, thinking, the people from the Han-Mo group want to use the boss's power to destroy us, but they made a fatal mistake by allowing the boss's health to drop this low. This is no different from giving us a huge gift. Although we have also lost quite a few people, compared to the loot from the boss, these losses are negligible. He thought, this big gift, we are happy to accept. Oof. Everyone was surprised. What the heck? What is happening outside the base? What is that red electric beam? They saw a pool of red liquid on the ground. What is that? Someone exclaimed. Moreover, that stuff is quickly approaching. This bright red blood, could it be blood? It's not just ordinary blood. It seems like a kind of solid liquid that has its own consciousness. This thing is too bizarre. Get away quickly. Don't touch these strange things. One person warned. Even the boss was taken aback, exclaiming, "What kind of trick is this? A little bit of water can disturb me? What is this?" At this moment, the boss writhed in pain, shouting, "Despicable humans, daring to use such insidious tricks against me, the master here will kill you. Kill them all." The growling made everyone shudder. Hardy shouted loudly, "Not good. Someone is trying to steal the boss in the middle of the fight. Everyone focus your firearms, shoot accurately." Ling Yuan said, "That's right. Use all our strength, the boss's health is only at 3% left. This is the result of our hard work, we absolutely cannot let others steal it away." The group responded in unison, but the more they attacked, the boss not only did not weaken but became even stronger. Ling Yuan and the others were panicked. How can this be possible? The boss said, "Our fire attack was absorbed completely. How strong is this eerie blood wall shield?" After a fierce attack, everything sank into red, rumbling and gurgling. The group thought they were finished. It's over, but if they die, everything we've put in so far will be in vain. Damn it! Hardy cursed, "Damn it!" One of the subordinates angrily exclaimed, "Who was it who took our boss? Go, find it for me. Dig 3 feet into the ground to find that person for me." The subordinate replied, "Yes." Suddenly, the giant hand of the boss appeared, pointing at the group of subordinates. One of them wondered, "Isn't this the giant hand condensed from the blood wall? Is this a warning to us? Is it telling us not to act rashly, or we will die?" After being attacked, the group quickly created shields. Ling Yuan said, "Try to endure. Everyone, stand still and don't act recklessly. The opponent's moves are too powerful and eerie, we can't risk our bodies. The boss has been taken, that's already done, but we have a more important mission to complete. Don't lose the big picture over something small." Ling Yuan angrily thought to himself, "Damn it, I originally intended to play Han-Mo group, but they didn't expect to be bitten back. Xuelu was all because I left my position, this debt must be counted on me." The system voice sounded, 30 seconds countdown ends, the fusion of the account Shadow King is about to be dissolved. This battle has consumed 30 seconds, and 30 million has been deducted from the owner's account. The owner enters the state of Shattered Soul, maintaining for 60 seconds. Yiwu smirked, thinking, indeed, the buff effect of Shattered Soul is still active, but 60 seconds is brief and manageable. It seems that upgrading my account to the Chien Emperor has helped increase the basic attributes, but the pain sensation remains unchanged. Luckily, in the end, I was able to pose enough of a threat that they didn't dare take the risk. Yiwu continued his thoughts, now I must make use of this 60 seconds to see what good items the boss might drop. System announcement: congratulations to the owner for receiving a reward of 10 million and 1 million experience points for defeating the boss. The following items were obtained: Big Horn of the Abyssal Mammoth, Abyssal Shield, Thunder Tramples. Is this all that dropped? Then spending 30 million to use Shadow King was quite a loss, huh? I can only console myself that at least I disrupted Huang Zhang Group's scheme. The system continued to announce, congratulations to the owner for completing the special event of the epic level and achieving the performance of easy defense, hard offense. The system reported, solo or I solo an entire branch of your army, or one branch of your army solos me, and rewards after the special epic event are 80 million, 8 million experience points, and 5 level 100 treasure mirrors. Yi Wu unexpectedly exclaimed, damn it, turns out the real reward at the back is to kill the boss to be considered as completing this special epic event, right? He laughed, recalling his earlier comment. Killing so many of the insects but not dropping any equipment or experience points? Turns out it's all about the final accounting. After all, according to the rules, submitting half to the corporation, I can still make a decent amount. Now all he had to do was wait for the event to end and then return to the base to gather with Yun Fei and the others. Everyone was thrilled to see the boss defeated. It's over, one person said. But thinking back to just now, when I saw the boss charging at us, I nearly wet my pants. Someone else said, absolutely, good thing I brought an extra pair of pants. Stop chatting and let's get to work. Understood, came the reply. Lai Jiaxi thought for a moment and then asked, has the number of the insects decreased now? This meant that the boss had been killed, but who was the one who killed it? Yi Wu must know about it, right? If not, it wouldn't have been so easy to hand the boss over to the Huang Zheng group like that. Lai Jiaxi thought, Yi Wu is really not simple. In this life, I have met countless people, but I have never encountered anyone like him. Yi Wu landed on the ground and asked, is everyone okay? Yi Yunfei and the girls rushed over to hug him, joyfully saying, you're finally back. Shishi looked at him, worried, saying, you look tired, are you okay, Yi Wu? Ruan Tian smiled, don't worry, I will help you shake off your fatigue. Yi Wu replied, alright, can you let me go? With 3 people hugging me like this, I feel even more uncomfortable. Luo Feng stood nearby and called out, Senior, congratulations on your successful return. Yi Wu nodded and replied, yeah. Lai Jiaxi came over and said, Yi Wu, you saved the whole base. Everyone owes you a favor, and I owe you even more. Yi Wu, upon hearing this, gently replied, don't say that, Master Lai Jiaxi. Everyone fought for the same purpose, no one owes anyone anything. He continued, I previously killed the boss and received the reward for the special event, the insect attack. This time, according to the corporation's regulations, I have to submit half of the reward. So who should I give it to? Luo Feng, standing by, admired him and thought, as expected of the senior, he really knows how to seize the opportunity. First humility, then skillfully bringing up the issue of the reward. Suddenly, an old man appeared and said, there's no need to submit, everything belongs to you. No matter how many benefits you receive, it can never compare to your contributions. You saved my life. As a board member of the corporation, I have the full authority to make decisions on behalf of the corporation. Yi Wu was taken aback and asked, is this for real? The old man continued, are you interested in being my personal bodyguard, Yi Wu? The price is entirely up to you to decide. Yi Wu broke out in a sweat and replied, no, I'm quite busy, I don't have the time. The system reported, captained by Wang Ming of the MO attack team is calling via video from the front lines. Wang Chuan said, so the communication line has been restored? It seems you all successfully defended against the insect attack. Lai Jiaxi replied, that's right, although the losses were severe, we at least held our ground. And it was all thanks to Yi Wu's efforts. Yi Wu said, no, it was the hard work of everyone. Without the resource support from the rear, I wouldn't have been able to do it. Wan Hao appeared along with Wang Chuan, happily saying, great job Yi Wu, I knew you could do it. Wang Chuan interjected, it's still too early to celebrate. Although we've dealt with the problem of the insect attack, a new hassle has already emerged. He continued, this hassle, from the perspective of the mission, frustrates me even more than the offensive from the insect. At this moment, outside the holy temple, Wang Chuan was observing the situation and reported, although we have thoroughly dealt with all the insects outside the holy temple, we have encountered a difficult problem. Our siege weapons cannot breach the large door of the holy temple. This is the last cannon among the siege artillery we have, but unsurprisingly, the result is the same as the previous 29 attacks. The large door remains blocked and automatically restores itself. The holy temple seems to possess a life of its own, with extremely powerful defensive and self-healing capabilities, completely beyond our comprehension. The reason is that this is the first time we have come into close contact with the holy temple, we do not understand its characteristics well, which leads to our underestimation of its defensive abilities. Upon hearing the report, Yiwu secretly sighed, this holy temple is indeed very powerful, with defensive properties coupled with self-healing, surpassing the shield walls I modified before in terms of marvels. At that moment, another insect shot poison into Wang Chuan's group and mocked, damn it, humans have said so many times already, that toy of yours is useless. If you want to break through the large door of our holy temple, you need to change your name, change to something bigger. Ha ha ha, otherwise, just stop bothering us, other than being a game for us, it serves no purpose at all. Wang Chuan created a protective shield, then calmly continued, although we say that we are doing our utmost, it is still possible to circumvent the main gate to forcefully breach the entrance. However, due to several battles with bosses afterwards, we must conserve our strength and equipment. Therefore, your task now is to bring stronger siege weapons to the front lines to assist in breaking down the main gate of the holy temple. Lai Jiaxi listened and replied seriously, but the siege weapons you brought are already the strongest siege weapons of our Han Mo group. Even if we can compensate for the lack of firearms with numbers, the base has just gone through fierce battles, resources have been exhausted, and fundamentally, we have no capacity to produce additional weapons. Wang Chuan responded, I don't care about the process, only the results. No matter what method you use, you must deliver the required quantity of firearms to me within the stipulated time. If not, everyone in the base will be punished. Wang Chuan turned to Lai Jiaxi and continued, and Lai Jiaxi, you are the top expert in construction robbery of the group, you are the one primarily responsible. You must be very clear about the consequences. After a moment, someone angrily said, damn it, this Bai Wang Jia is clearly trying to make things difficult for us. One person retorted, hey, don't you guys need the network anymore? How can you dare to blame Bai Wang Jia? Someone else responded, we just went through a fierce battle. In such a short time, it's basically impossible to meet his demands. Yiwu also realized the seriousness of the situation and figured that Bai Wang Jia was indeed a cold and domineering figure, not showing any mercy even to his own people. He approached Lai Jiaxi and asked, Master, have you thought of a solution? Lai Jiaxi replied, the current situation has exceeded my expectations. For now, we can only speed up the resource collection and do our best to manufacture more siege weapons. Yiwu felt worried, as time might not be enough. But before he could finish his thought, Lai Jiaxi spoke up, since things have come to this point, it no longer pertains to my position as the master of engineering. We cannot let the dungeon mission fail. After all, everyone has gone through life and death to reach this stage, we absolutely cannot give up halfway. Yiwu couldn't help but feel admiration, secretly thinking, I didn't expect Lai Jiaxi, who looks stern and unapproachable, could have the vision of a commander like that. He smiled and said to him, if there really is no other way, I happen to have a rather bold idea. He stammered, saying, think big. Luo Feng suddenly interrupted, get out of the way, my senior must be saying this just to show off. Wan Hao questioned Wang Chuan, Senior, are you being too strict? Because within the given time frame, Lai Jiaxi basically cannot complete the task as you require. Wang Chuan replied sternly, do you think I don't know the current situation? I am well aware of Lai Jiaxi's abilities, he definitely cannot fulfill my request. Wan Hao interrupted, I understand, on the surface you are demanding from Lai Jiaxi, but in reality, you are telling Yiwu this, intending to use this matter to probe Yiwu's true strength. Wang Chuan thought for a moment, then realized that if he directly pressured Yiwu, he might become discouraged and hide himself. The only way is to force him to connect his interests with collective emotions in order to draw out his true strength. Earlier, when shaking hands, Wang Chuan had attempted to use his probing ability to test Yi Wu's strength, but sensed a blockage from an unknown force. At that moment, Wang Chuan felt as if he was standing in the universe, small and lonely. Although it was just a fleeting illusion, it was enough to prove that Yi Wu harbored a great secret within him. Wan Hao said to him, "So it turns out that even our high-ranking senior has a three-part hesitation towards Yi Wu? It seems I really didn't misjudge this kid Yi Wu. Ha ha." However, no matter how much we clash, at least our external stance remains the same. So what we need to focus on now, he continued, is the sister of the Huang Zhang group, who has always been said to be watching the drama from behind. He added, "Hey, that beautiful level 140 girl from the Huang Zhang group, don't just stand there watching the show. Why don't we join forces to break through this city gate?" Shui Lu replied nonchalantly, "Aren't you guys known as the strongest MO attack team of the Han MO group? Is this really all you can do?" She continued, "This play is so boring that I feel like falling asleep." Wan Hao angrily yelled, "Hey, don't think you can act all high and mighty just because you're at a higher level. If you're so good, come over here, the six of us aren't afraid of you alone." Seeing that the situation was not good, Yun Xiao quickly intervened, "Brother Wan Hao, don't act rashly. The legendary woman who solo clears level 100 dungeons, we shouldn't provoke her." Wang Chuan added, "Don't cause trouble, completing the mission according to the set goals is the most important thing." Wan Hao added, "But leaving a potential threat behind is really bothersome. What if she stabs us in the back?" Wang Chuan explained, "Her bold appearance shows that she doesn't take us seriously. But she hasn't openly attacked us, which indicates that she can't break through the main gate of the Holy Temple by herself. Only when we break through the main gate of the Holy Temple will it be the official confrontation with her." He thought further, "Right now, I'm just curious to see how Yi Wu will solve the difficult problem I assigned to him." Just then, a tremor occurred, causing Wan Hao to worry, "What's happening? The ground is shaking again. Could it be that the insect is preparing for a large-scale attack?" Yun Xiao replied, "It can't be. The last attack depleted all the resources and troops of the insect. They can't recover that quickly." Suddenly, a soldier shouted, "Captain! In the distance, the ground is being flattened, and a large number of unidentified objects are heading this way. They will reach the battlefield in about 60 seconds. Wan Hao quickly asked, "A large number of unidentified objects? Could it be the insect?" Wang Chuan speculated, "It's not the insect. That direction is towards the base. Wan Hao, could it be Yi Wu?" He appeared and spoke, "Everyone has been waiting for a long time, I'm bringing supplies for you all here." Wan Hao wondered, "What is that you brought along?" "Oh, just kidding, there are so many improved mining machines." "What on earth does Yi Wu want to do?" Yi Wu replied calmly, "It's very simple. I want to move the entire main base and firearms right in front of the insect's nest to intimidate them." Everyone was astonished and began to discuss, "That kid wants to bring the main base right to the insect's lair? This is completely unconventional. I've never seen such a reckless action. Is that even possible?" While flying, Yi Wu explained, "As long as the resource extraction speed keeps up, it'll be fine. I've upgraded all the mining machines from the main base." Hearing this, Wan Hao laughed and joyfully said, No wonder you're Yi Wu. In short, you always surprise me. Whatever you do, I'm on your side." Yun Xiao glanced over and chuckled lightly, "This sort of suicidal behavior won't succeed. Moreover, it would be a waste of time and resources. But if you want to bring disaster upon yourself, then at least it saves me from having to take action." A member of the Special Forces spoke up, "That kid actually brought so many mining machines. Seems like he has guts, daring to think and act. I think, who knows, maybe I can work with him." Another member chimed in, "Work with him, a guy like you? Your brain must be made of iron too." The whole group burst into laughter, their voices echoing throughout the base. Can this type of strategy succeed? Wang Chuan thought. He then said to himself, how dare they engage in such reckless behavior? Are they trying to cause more trouble or do they have a problem with their brains? He said, you arrived earlier than I expected, but where is the siege weapon I wanted? Lai Jiaxi is the top construction master of the group, yet he dares to let a kid run amok at such a critical moment. Yi Wu confidently replied, everyone, rest assured, my plan will definitely not fail. Lai Jiaxi also spoke with confidence, I trust my judgment and will take responsibility for that decision. Now you just need to let Yi Wu act freely. Wan Hao asked again, so Yi Wu, what is your specific plan? Yi Wu calmly explained, first, according to my judgment, instead of pushing for resource extraction at the poor mineral mine at the main base, we should relocate the base to the front line. That place has never been deeply explored, and it surely hides a large amount of magic crystal ore, likely of a high grade. Furthermore, based on previous observations, the MO attack team has almost cleared this area, so safety is guaranteed. Finally, we can utilize the modified mining machines behind to quickly stockpile resources and mass-produce siege weapons with stronger firearms.